Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, May the 27th. My name is Barry Enerson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Okay, so yes, Stone, it's too bad. STNE, great earnings play. I think Buffett has a stake in this one also. Great, look at that gap on the weekly chart, lots of room. Only issue right here is that 3406. There's a 200-day moving average. It got this morning, got up close to it, so I just don't know if it's going to be able to take that 200-day out. It's too bad that's there, otherwise this could have a great continuation. But as usual, we'll just have to see what happens once the market opens. Of course, the market's going to have another robust open. Look at the SPY. A mini danger yesterday of it getting down through that 200-day, but it maintained. And we're still above the 200-day moving average for the SPY. See what else is happening here. See if this one is still holding. It's a small one, GRNQ. GRNQ. Yeah, massive gap up. Some kind of a deal with a company called Millennium Sapphire they acquired. It's a low float, 16 million in the float. Huge volume for it, GNRQ. La Jolla, on the way down here, they were talking about some kind of a merger or buyout of some company last week. I can't quite see any news on it, but anyway, big gap down for La Jolla. VIPS, VIPS. VIPS is an earnings play, one of the few earnings plays. Retailer. Nice little gap up. Problem is probably a lot of resistance on the daily chart. It's not. Look at that weekly chart. It's a mess. Lots of resistance. If it can take out 18, it might get it going. MRSN. Big gap up for MRSN. And that is it's only based on positive phase 1 data. It's not a super low float, 46 million in the float. Massive gap up though. And let's see, it's got a lot of promise here, especially if it holds over 15. Look at the gap on the daily chart. In the monthly chart, it's got room to maybe the 20 level. I'll talk about this one. This one has... this is just not a great, for me anyway, a great intraday trader. But anyway, SFET is up again. SFET, not sure of reports. It looks like it's actually an earnings play, an early earnings play. We have here June the 9th, but they're talking about, I think it is an earnings play actually. Okay, thank you, Ariel. Now this is an interesting one. Arcus, RCUS is gapping down. Now they've done a deal with Gilead, so you would think that was good, but maybe the investors don't like it. So Gilead Arcus is really gapped down. Down 15%, pretty good volume, and that's for RCUS. Here's a small one, HTBX. HTBX. Is it still holding? It's still over $1. Collaboration with a company called Wasteman on, it's a virus play. It has room. It takes up that 123 on the monthly chart. Has a little bit of room up to the 170 level. So, and it is, actually it's not that low a float. CCL. Now this is getting interesting. Look at the... it's over 18. Obviously it has a ton of room. It's, all these are starting to crawl back. Look at the bottoming tails on the monthly chart. This is starting to crawl back. Now it's pulling back in the on the 15, but just look at that weekly chart. I guess I have to mention this one, PHUN. It had a big spike up to here, the low float. Actually, it's not that low float. Excuse me, 30 million in float. It's low, but it's not crazy low. Huge volume, 3 million shares. It's up 30%, PHUN. few days ago, it got all the way up to 3. So I guess keep an eye on it. Macy's is still having this little modest recovery. You know, inch by inch, Macy's. This is one to maybe keep an eye on. Sabre, you know, along with the airline industry, especially if it takes out, I mean, look at that little gap on the weekly chart. Now, of course, that's yesterday. A little gap starting, or breakout, I shouldn't say a gap, but a little breakout of this area. And of course, has a ton of room, like most of any stock associated with the airlines. And that's Sabre, S-A-B-R. And speaking of an airline stock, look at Save continuing. So up another 15%. Had a great day yesterday. This is one I don't think I've seen before, CPIX. Okay, well, it's actually giving it up. It had a big action after hours yesterday. Got all the way up to almost $6, but it is really pulling back. I mean, it's still up 9%. Pretty good volume. Low volume or low float. But it's really pulling back now. And Mark, actually, this is, believe it or not, this is actually an earnings play also. Released earnings after hours yesterday, no big reaction. I doubt if this is the reason, but look at that, 3 million shares right there came in, and that's Mark. ICAGY, I don't know that one at all. That's a pink sheet stock, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, I just don't trade the pink sheet stock, so it probably trades in European exchange also. Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, obviously, it takes this out. What is it at right now? 6. There's a big area for it to try to take out around 670. Obviously, has a ton of room, like a lot of these airline stocks. It's just that I don't trade the pinks. Whoa, Trib just took a hit here. Trib, T-R-I-B, just took a hit. I mean, it's actually an earnings play. I don't know if that's the reason. What's a pink sheet stock? You could look it up, Mike, but I mean, it's a lower tier exchange, okay? Below NASDAQ and all. OTC, maybe OTC, you're familiar with OTC, over the counter. All right, let me just quickly look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from briefing.com this morning. Trib is just getting crushed here. Actually, not very many of each. mRNA continues its cascade down. mRNA. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com, and I'll just get some of the downgrades in now. Boy, mRNA just getting clobbered now. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Some of the downgrades are in briefing.com this morning. And as Real pointed out, I mean, just like yesterday, gold and silver are down. Just like yesterday, markets ripping higher. Typically, that is the typical reaction with gold and silver. A little surprised to see IBB down. Yeah, I thought I read something like that. Dave, I thought, somewhere, I wasn't quite 100% sure though on the Moderna. That's too bad. I mean, look at this. I mean, what a stock was almost up to $90. I know they did boy, they were lucky they did a financing up in this area before all this happened. Meanwhile, EC is just ripping here. This is actually an earnings play also, guys. EC, super low float, 3.7 million in the float. ESEA, yeah, it might not be luck. They may have known. I'm sort of tongue was in my cheek, Johnny. Look at EC on earnings. Super low float, 3.7 million in the float. Probably has a lot of, it's got some room. I do see Hertz is trying to, it's popping a little bit here. Just a little bit. Myomo. See any news on this one? I don't see any specific news on MYO, but yeah, it's having a pretty good pre-market. Great breakout here. I mean, there's all those daily candles right there. So it's breaking above. So guys, again, if you want to follow my watch list up, my watch list down, and the repeating from the toolbar, new, channel bar, and my windows. Okay, you can load these. Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout, so make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, so your layout will be replaced, which is fine as long as you've saved your layout to the cloud, okay? But if you do want to follow my watch list all day long, then you just have to load my windows. Nothing will happen on these two until at least 15 minutes after the market opens. You will start to get symbols here, right at 9:30. Supposedly it's getting delisted. I don't know about delisted. It's the other one, of course, is LK. They're still pleading their case. LL, Lumber Liquidators, is still kind of over the 200-day moving average. It broke through the 200-day moving average yesterday. What sort of room does it have? Maybe up to 10 on that weekly chart. Banks are still strong. Look at this bank. Look at the Bank of America, Wells Fargo, WFC. Still strong. Keep an eye on this one. This is it's kind of an interesting one. I actually traded this one a couple of weeks ago. I don't think it was last week. I think it was the week before. Yeah, it was definitely the week before. This PW, kind of did this on my own. Didn't get as much as I could have, but kind of an interesting one. I think it's cannabis play. That was cannabis doing right now, MJ. We had some moves yesterday, definitely. There's Tilray. Tilray finally over 11 or 10. I know it broke over, yeah, I mean, obviously it did that yesterday, but it held it this time. Interesting. Yeah, this one looks like it's just going to fade. See picks had a big pop after hours, but it has really faded badly. Again, I don't think I couldn't see any specific. Oh, I'm sorry. They do have news. Cumberland's positive antibacterial readout. So they did have some news, I guess, after hours yesterday. But, I mean, it's giving it all up. Well, all the airlines. I mean, take your pick of an airline. You've had American, Delta. I mean, they're all in recovery mode now. Save. So, I mean, take your pick. Love, I'm sure Love, yes, Love. American to me is maybe the black sheep of all these, because it was already in a lot of trouble before the virus. I mean, all the airlines were kind of struggling, but I think American certainly was struggling more than the rest of them. So going to keep an eye on this Sabre. And if Larissa's in the room, home is actually it's had a nice few days off those lows, 250, basically a double in it was about a week and a half. Still has some room to the 7 level. One moment, please. Wow, mRNA. Well, there's a support maybe for mRNA down around 53. I mean, it's not that far away. Sorry, 5240. Oh man, we're already there. I mean, that could be the support area right here in that daily chart. Couple of candles right there, maybe. On the weekly chart, maybe around 47, 47 and a half. Meanwhile, EC just continues to move here on, well, I guess it is an earnings play. And MRSN continues here. Massive gap up here for MRSN. It's just on phase 1 also, just phase 1 positive results on phase 1. It's not a low float, 46 million. Not excessive, but it's certainly not low. What a gap. What a gap up here. I mean, look at this. It's really doing nothing for probably looks like for about a month or so. I mean, right back here. Oh, even over. I mean, that's April 9th. What are we now, May? Okay, so about a month and a half, almost 2 months of just doing really nothing. And all of a sudden, a big pop. And that is MRSN, of course. Boy, JNC. I do still see their stores. All right, I am going to get rid of these two. And as usual, I will be connecting to the simulator all day long, doing some simulated trading. Oh, I guess I held this one overnight. SASR. This was an AI call from yesterday, a bank. So if the banks continue, speaking of banks, a CC Bank, IBN. Yeah, I mean, it has another couple of dollars anyway, Larissa, until we get to, I mean, it's already extended on the daily, but we do have a little bit of room still to around the $7 level on that weekly chart anyway. Boy, it seems like decades ago that we were waiting for a, what was it, a 10 break a long time ago? Maybe right around here. Okay, guys, here's another one that's starting to sink down. TMDX, Transmedics Group, TMDX. Ooh, what an area for it to try to, if it breaks down over underneath 14, look out. There's not much support until about 11:20 or so. I see what you did. Has room. Home has room. Zzz. Yeah, look at TMDX. What's the float? Low float situation. I don't see a specific reason for this one starting to move down like it is, TMDX. I'm going to keep an eye on this one. Boy, I mean, if it takes out, say, 1390, I'm going to stick a price alert right there, TMDX. Yeah, might start to do that. You know, I'm not a big swing trader, as you know. Hey guys, market's going to open in, wow, almost caught up to me there. Less than 10 seconds. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. And here we go. Okay, well, there goes EC. ESEA. I really didn't see this one. I don't know how much volume it had. And again, I do apologize. I don't know if this, hopefully this is not what's going to happen all the time. The first 5 minutes or so. MGM taking a little bit of a header here. Again, I find these casinos can be casino plays can be a little bit tough to play. There's CCL actually on the way down. And as usual, I usually do not trade the first 15 minutes anyway. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Car continues. Oops. Okay, I see some of the airlines. The airlines look like they're starting to give up the pre-market pop. Wells Fargo making a new high. WFC. See if we can get through that whole number of 28. Well, that's working out okay. The Dreamer is working out great, holding that one. This was an AI trade from yesterday, guys. Bank, SASR. You can see the AI alert right there. Entry $24. I'm going to flatten out of the trade though right now. I'm going to flatten out. Now it's the average of of a stock, the range of a stock on any given day. So some stocks, have big ranges. Maybe, well, it depends on the price of the stock, of course. So how, sometimes you just really want to zero in on stocks that have great ranges. So in other words, a stock that might have a dollar range on average every single day, or $2 or $3. Though, if you limit yourself to only seeing those stocks, you might miss the stock that has a great range today because it's having its day. It's having a great range day. So the average true range of, say, USB usually ranges, from the high to the low, on average, $1.71, as an example. Okay, big flyer from yesterday, alt on the way down. It's actually shortable for me too. I'm surprised. Of course, EC got halted. Just notice, don't know why it didn't show up. Did it show up on your halt resumes, guys? IMBI is halted also, IMBI. Interesting. Did EC show up on your halts resumes? Yeah, it didn't show up on mine either. Don't know why, but it's definitely halted. Can we just jot that down? For you, it showed up, really? Okay, it didn't show up for me. And it's certainly over interest. Oh, there, now it's showing up. Well, showing up as resumed. Interesting. Oh, guys, there's TMDX taking out that low now. Let's see. Is it short? It is shortable for me, but it's down over 10%. I don't like wow, it's just getting trashed here. Look at this TMDX. Bit of a spread issue right now, 1360. Wow, terrible spread. Be careful. All of a sudden, I mean, it just popped up and the spread is bad. So that's why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. Look at my land, guys. MYL, MYL. Look, oh, it's got room too. Big float, $500 million in the float. It's got room though, to about $1. Okay, when I say that, I'm just looking at a daily chart. I'm looking at a weekly chart to see what sort of resistance there is. First candle that makes a new high, or well, I mean, there's the, I mean, there's the first candle, and it depends on the time frame. But what are you referencing, Marvin? I mean, there's the opening 15-minute candle, you know, for this one, and there's the high, there's the low. CCL, guys, did not hold. Did not hold. I mean, that's a pretty big drop. 1920 pre-market, 1765 right now. Yeah, guys, okay, another reason I just don't like the early trades. I can see Holly got stopped out of one immediately. Doesn't mean it's not going to be good later on, though. Disca, guys, DIC. Look at the room. This one's got DICA. Decent volume to start. Okay, so look at all the airlines. Look at all the airlines now. They're all giving it up. Now, this is, again, this is the first 15 minutes. So I just like to take my time before I take a trade. Yeah, there were 3 trades right at 9:35. Now this is interesting. We don't normally AI doesn't do these sort of it's an income fund, but yeah, I just don't like these early trades. Alpha, basically, the definition of an alpha stock is a stock that kind of is trading on its own. Trading on its own, meaning it doesn't care what the rest of the market's doing, doesn't care what its sector it happens to be in is doing. It's basically trading on its own. That's what we're always looking for, the alpha stocks. Why does a stock trade on its own? Typically because it may have released earnings or it has some news specific to the stock. And hey, listen, don't be afraid to ask questions. We all started new at one point. Meanwhile, MRSN not holding the gap. Yeah, we're starting to see a lot of fades now. Some of the high flyers in the pre-market just starting to fade. So again, guys, I'm in no rush to trade in the first 15 minutes. Just like I like to see things settle down just a little bit. Not that after 15 everything is completely settled down, but I'm just looking at the AI as an example. I mean, three big stops immediately. Look at this WCC, guys. This is an interesting one. Look at the gap it's got on that weekly chart. What's the volume like? The volume is just starting to pick up, okay? It's too bad. I wish the volume were greater, but look at the gap on the weekly chart for WCC. Welcome, Greco. If you're new to Trade Ideas, if you have our program, then I encourage you to try our simulator. All right, this is from Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus module. Just connect to simulated trading, and then you can practice trading. That's why we have that. That's why we have that option right there. Look at CAR. Boy, CAR is just taking complete advantage of Hertz. Look at CAR. Look at the gap, guys. Now here on that weekly chart. Yeah, Hertz, I mean, yeah, look at the volume that's come into Hertz also. And Hertz is, yeah, you're right. It is been halted. HTZ has been halted. Traders delight right now. Anybody piling in early. There's another, this South American Airline, LTM, filing for, I don't know if it's Chapter 11 or bankruptcy. LTM, that was from yesterday. I'm keeping an eye on DISCA, Chapter 11, okay. I'm keeping an eye on DISCA. DISCA, see if it takes out 23 again. DISCA. Okay, I'm just going to stick an alert for DISCA just over 23. Look at the room it's got. Yeah, typically these halts, yeah, it's a volatility halt, so at 9:42, so if it's a 5-minute, it'll be 9:47, 24 seconds after 9:42. Typically what they are. Guys, keep an eye on DISCA, DISCA. Well, it's not a bad idea in terms of, as long as you know what you're doing intraday. I wouldn't be mortgaging my future on it and holding it, of course. But as, intraday trades, this kept going. PAGS, PAGS. Guys, keep an eye on DISCA, DISCA. Keep an eye on DISCA. If it takes out 23 again, volume is great. Relative volume is good. NASDAQ site. Or you can have our halts resumes. If you have our program, here it is. Jacqueline, well, it's just that it's not so much right after 15 minutes that I'm looking for entry. It's just that I like to see things settle down a little bit. Again, as I say, after 15 minutes, it's not like everything is completely settled down, but my experience for me personally has just been getting into trades in the first 15 minutes can be too whippy for me. Up and down, up and down. Yeah, you pick the right one that keeps going, it's fabulous. Yeah, Greco, if you're talking to me, I don't trade options. If you're talking to me, keep an eye on AEO. Another one, guys. I mean, look at the break here on the weekly chart. Tons of room, up to 15 on that weekly chart. The next high looking left is 1024. I think Real mentioned Chef earlier. Chef. Yeah, and I mean, Chef looks, where's that 200-day? Okay, Chef is looking. Nice break here. Look at that. I mean, we see a lot of stocks are looking like this, lots of room on the weekly chart. All right, so nothing is triggering yet in my watch list, up or down. The only way Mark will trigger if it takes up the high, it has to get up to 350. All right, guys. Well, that's why I wait. That's why I'm glad I waited on the Disca. I still have an alert set up in this area here. Yeah, things are fading here, so I'd be a little wary of going long anything unless it's an alpha stock, as we explained before, something that is really trading on its own. Even Chef, you look at that, I mean, they're that big. I mean, that's a big pullback, 1674, 1633. Now, for instance, here's American Eagle, so it kept going. Well, I don't know about a target for CAR, but I mean, you just have to look at a weekly chart. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get to $45, $46, but I mean, the next high looking left is 23. So, I mean, that's, you have to be aware of that. I don't know if that's a target. I'd just be wary of that area right there on that weekly chart for CAR. And meanwhile, down goes ECAEA from the high of 550. I mean, these are huge pullback, guys. Big, big, big pullbacks. Nothing triggering yet in my watch list. I'm just going to be patient. Okay, guys, Ruckus is starting, RCUS is starting to climb back here. RCUS is starting to climb back from the lows in the pre-market. Okay, they did some kind of a deal with Gilead, and the market didn't like it. And that's another high flyer from this morning, GRNQ, just giving it up. Whippy though, I mean, look, look at these topping tails and bottoming tails for STNE. All right, guys, listen, I took a short of AAL. I don't typically do this, but I took a short of AAL at 1185. I might just scalp it out. It was underneath the whole number. You know, I just want to see how it's going to watch. If it gets to 1185, I'm going to just take it out again, but I want to see if this can keep going down a little bit anyway. And again, it gets to 1185, I'm out. I'm just watching most of the airlines starting to fade now. JetBlue, American Airlines, Delta. I'm sure they're all fade. Hawaiian. So market is definitely in fade mode to start here, guys. Okay, guys, I just covered some at 1170. Okay, it was mainly kind of a scalp trade. I want to see how much further it can go down, of course, but and it's coming right back up. Okay, now we've got a bunch of sectors. So gold and silver, we've got oil, we've got some of the energy. Exploration is down. I'm just checking some of the sectors. Got a sort of a mixed bag right now. And we definitely have a disconnect right now. The disconnect right now between tech and the Dow. Look at tech. Look at the NAS is down 93. SPY's up a little bit. Dow's up, but tech is down. Yeah, we've definitely got a fade going on in the market. Except for, is this stuck? I wonder if this is stuck. Sometimes this gets stuck. Okay, now is this shortable? Yes, it is shortable. LJPC. So this is, haven't seen one on the short side for about 3 or 4 days. So this is the first one showing up on the short side. Now it's down 26%, so it may be really, really hard to get. You're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, the uptick rule. Any stock that is down 10%. You know, typically if you want to short a stock, you just go right in at the bid and you'll get filled. Just like if you went long, you go into the ask, you get an immediate fill. But a stock that is down over 10%, you can go in at the bid, but you may not get filled immediately. There has to be some action at the ask. And then it goes back to the bid. You may be in a queue of a lot of people. So sometimes it's hard to get a fill on a to get short on a stock that's down over 10%. All right, guys, I'm all out of the AAL. I might take a look at it again if it gets down to the 1160s again. So again, that was my plan. I mean, obviously I would have loved to see it really collapse, but it was mainly going to be a quick scalp. So last was out at 1180. Oh, these are just previous, I guess these are just previous areas, price areas that I was looking at, that's all. You know, these are something in fact, I may as well get rid of them. Something I put in, that's all. That's it could have been from months ago. Look at CHRS. Okay, let's take a look at this one. It is shortable. CYCC. Now this was on I had a long bias on this one. You can see what it did yesterday. I was hoping maybe it would hold this and then start to, you know, move up here. I mean, lots and lots of room on that daily chart, but like a lot of stocks right now, they're just fading. And the banks are fading. Very different day from yesterday. What do I think of CCL? Well, I mean, again, like probably all the cruisers are all doing the same thing. I mean, it's almost, I find them very difficult to trade. You know, they do a lot. We see this a lot. Pre-market pops for these, the cruisers, NCLH, I'm sure is doing the same thing. Yeah, I mean, they're all looking the same. All right, guys, I took that short of CYCC. I was waiting on it. I didn't want to see it go down 10%, so I took the short on CYCC, not at 541, so 537. Again, my bias was long on it, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, okay, nice. Yeah, except the spread got crazy. Again, my bias is long on this one, okay? So I'm going to be very, very careful on it. I want to see that spread. Right now the spread is 10 cents. I want to see if it gets down to 23. It probably takes some out. So guys, you understand, I'm not telling you guys what to buy or sell. I sort of talk about what I might get into, the level I'm looking at. You want to take the trade, it's up to you. I'm not going to, this is not a room which I'm saying, take this trade now. was in there wrong. I should have picked the cruisers on the way down instead of the airlines. Look at CCL. A sea of yellow coming in here, guys. The basic new highs and lows, just a sea of of yellow. This means these are all stocks making new lows with the filters in place. Nothing triggering on the upside right now. So I'd be a little bit wary about going long anything unless, again, it is a real alpha stock that doesn't care what the rest of the market is doing. Well, I'd be telling you to watch this one. I mean, look at Signet here, SIG. So the high looking left is 1195, and look at the room this has if it can take this out at some point. I mean, it is definitely trading on its own. It is not caring what the market is doing. Well, we do have a lifetime high filter, not in an alert though. We don't have we do have a lifetime high filter, but not as an alert. So you can see stocks that are at all-time highs, and then go from there. You know, we do have our lifetime high. So the position and lifetime range as an example. So you could put 100 right there. So that would mean that it's at its high, its lifetime high as an example. Or you could find stocks that are close to the lifetime high by, you know, putting, say, a minimum of, I don't know, 95 and 98. That'll be close to the lifetime high, but not quite at it. Things like that, but not a break of the lifetime high. Why the airlines are just taking it on the chin now. Well, again, we don't have a specific, well, maybe as a custom filter. Why don't you just try that filter, okay, and put it in a top list, and then you're going to see stocks that are near the lifetime high or above the lifetime high. And when you click on the chart, you'll see the candle from yesterday, and you'll be able to tell if it was a lifetime high yesterday also. Guys, I'm out of that CYCC, and now my bias again is maybe to, if the market can turn around. Yeah, but it's gonna take a. This probably won't trigger today. I mean, it's got to take out yesterday's high, which is around 6. So I'm basically out of that one flat. I was hoping it would get closer to the whole number, but it didn't. It's risking $100 a trade, Bahadir. Okay, it's risking $100 a trade. I mean, obviously not a good start, but what I'd be watching now is to see if some of these turn around later on, especially the ZTR. I mean, that was a short, okay? And see if that turns around. I mean, if the market continues to fade, that ZTR may trigger again. You know, I'm gonna stick an alert down at 790 to see if it triggers again. All right, another one underneath the whole number box. What sort of room does this one have? 1824 box. Guys, what is the Dow right now? Tell me, I just want to make sure this isn't stuck. I mean, this happens from time to time. These indices get stuck. Is the Dow up about 235 still? 233? Okay. Okay, so this is, well, so I haven't seen this for a while. This is a massive disconnect between tech and the rest of the market. I mean, tech is just getting creamed here. There is SMH. Not shortable. This is not shortable for me. LK, not shortable for me. Not at Interactive Brokers. The big red dot staring at me. Yeah, it's been a while since nothing has triggered on my watch list this late. 10:08. Watch list up. Seeing a lot of stocks that gapped up and are reversing from the gap continuation or reverse, gap up and reverse. Look at all that yellow. So these are stocks that are probably still up for the day. Yeah, they're up for the day, but they've gapped up and now they're reversing. Everything that is something I'm looking at again. So if you want something like that, in the scans section or the scans tab, I'm sharing a lot of scans, including that one. Or if you click on the room drive icon, it looks like a half open folder. Scans that I share, download. That will go to a Word document. You can take a look at all the scans that I'm sharing. This one was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, GRNK. All right, so what is the SPY doing now? The SPY is maybe just putting a little bit of a base here. Yeah, this stupid one. I'm sorry, I mean PHUN. I saw the news this morning, kind of read it, said okay. Not shortable for me also. In fact, just it's the big red dot. You guys with interactive brokers know what I'm talking about. It literally means we won't even try to find shorts for you. Well, guys, I mean, for those who want, I mean, there's a red bar ignored for HTZ. I mean, you want to take a bit of a risk, obviously, with HTZ. So, Luca, you should be loading it from here, okay? From the toolbar, new AI/Holly strategies trades window, okay? Can you see my screen? When you load that, then this will pop up. This box will pop up with strategy trades all, okay? Then you'll see them all. But you're lucky it doesn't show any because nothing is good today. Not yet. Day is early. HTZ, guys, if you... Yeah, that's okay. I can't. I'm not gonna. I read that too, Frank. Come on. No, I'm not dumping on you. Yeah, exactly. I mean, give me a break. Okay, you have this, Luca. This is what it says. Strategy trades all, or does it say Grail? Does it say all? Yeah, but does it say all? Because the only trades so far are from Holly Neal. Okay. Okay, do you have a filter? Do you have a filter? Did you check open positions by any chance? You know, on the filter it says open. Did you check open positions? Because nothing is open now. If you uncheck it, I'm sure you'll see them all. If you don't, then reload, okay? But you may have the open positions checked. Oh, I forgot I have to change that. When you say you don't have BP, are you talking buying power or the stock BP? I don't understand what you mean. I don't understand what you mean. Because the AI has got nothing to do with your buying power. So I'm not sure. I don't know what you mean by that, Luca. Oh, you don't have Brokerage Plus. Well, you have to load it. Are you in the web-based version? Or the app, the desktop app? Obviously talking to somebody in our... Okay, so I'm sorry, I should not ask two questions. You're on the desktop. Okay, well then just load it from the toolbar, new, Brokerage Plus. Okay, new, Brokerage Plus. And here it'll be. There's your brokerage plus window. That's got nothing to do with the AI though. You know, why you can't see trades. Okay, Luca, I don't know what to say. Maybe just reload it or something, or I mean, you might have to or do a reset account and do a reset. Okay, I have no explanation why. If you swear that it says strategy trades all, and you swear that you have not checked open positions because there are no open positions right now, then you might have to just reload trade ideas. Okay, because you can see there's no other explanation. If you see strategy trades all, now from here, right? I'm talking here, not the strategy trades window, but AI/Holly strategy trades window. That one. That one. Okay? Guys, HTZ on the move. A lot of speculators in this one right now. Okay, guys, I should have done this earlier. First of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. It is like this Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And if you do not have a subscription to Trade Ideas, or if you do and you want to upgrade, I've got a nice promo code for you. Okay, this will probably be good until the end of the month. Love to drive, all in capital letters, numeric 2, 25% off the first month only or the entire year. But if you decide, let's just take a look at what the pricing is. If you decide, okay, here's our, the premium yearly, $22.68 a year minus that 25%, or the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 25%. HTZ guys. Oh, man. The big difference is the AI. That's the big difference, okay, between premium and standard. AI not performing well today, but, today is only at one day. However, if you're unsure of our program, don't start off with an annual plan. You can always just try us out. Standard, monthly, 118, less than 25%, or even the premium, 228, less than 25%. The good news is that if you take out a subscription today, say trying us out on the standard monthly, if within 30 days you decide, yes, this is the program for me, you want to upgrade, say from standard to premium or monthly to annual, you can do so and we will honor that promo code, okay? I'm going to go over a lot of links. I'm going to talk a little bit later. I'm going to talk a little bit about the AI and Brokerage Plus. This is a simulated trading. This is something I held overnight in the simulator. It was obviously a pretty good exit. All right, so now things are starting to turn around a little bit. Remember all that yellow or orange? Those were all stocks moving down, or yellow moving down. Now we're starting to get some green here. Well, Raj, I mean, that's why it's a free, that's why it's a free room. Okay, you have to put up with me talking about the AI and our subscriptions every now and then. Okay, that's why it's a free room. All right, keep an eye on Mark. I mean, it is over. There's the trigger. There's no separate room. No. I mean, listen, I talk about it about 2 times a day, Raj. I mean, come on. People ask me questions about it during the day, but in terms of a pure sales pitch or whatever you want to call it, I do it around 10:30 and then usually sometime in the afternoon. So you can always mute me. All right, guys, I'm definitely interested in Mark. The longer it holds over this 350 mark, no pun intended, um, there was a little trigger there at 350. I mean, it's already, you just want to see it base right around that 350 mark, and who knows, it might pop. It is actually, believe it or not, an earnings play. Got some topping tails there, so see if it takes that out. If it takes that out, I'll probably take that trade. Right around here, we're in that 356 mark. Boy, alt, what a it is. Oh, that's right. It was shortable for me. The mighty flyer from yesterday got all the way up to 1060. Well, I'm looking at Mark. There is my alert at 350. I'm looking at it. See if I can. There's a few topping tails right up there around 350. I mean, obviously, it still has room. Just look left on that monthly chart. It's actually an earnings play. Not that I think people are so wild about this because of its earnings. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I just move on. Well, I remember what I did yesterday with alt, and okay, well, actually, there's Mark on the way down, so. But I remember what alt did, and it was kind of choppy at the beginning of the day, and then, good grief, it just absolutely soared before it did this, at the end of the day. I just know Mark is followed by a lot of people. All right, so I've still got my alert set. Okay, how's the lumber liquidator doing? Keep an eye on LL. I mean, it has room to about 990. Look at that weekly chart. It has some room till there. Doesn't look as good on that monthly chart, but down goes ESEA now. Not shortable for me. One of my wife's favorite stores, Nordstrom's on the move. Wow, only a $19 stock now. Wow, alt, it's just An interesting one, Capri. CPRI, it is definitely bucking the trend. Great volume, 144 million in the float is not a low float. This is definitely kind of bucking the trend. Had a decent day yesterday, but it's taken everything out now. Look at all this. Now can start to attack this void up here for CPRI. This is spread like 41, 44, not bad. Airline is on the move. I remember I believe this was an IPO back here. Airline is on the move. It's not an earnings play. I thought maybe it was releasing earnings. Not an earnings play. Animal health. I'm not sure it links with Tastyworks. Not 100% sure. You're talking about linking with our external linking tool, right, Francis? That's the first question. That's the first time I've seen that question with Tastyworks. So I'm not sure. The best thing to do is maybe go to our homepage and ask that question. I just don't know the answer to that. And again, when linking, you're just talking about the ability to click on an alert and then it loads into the platform. That's all. And then you trade it from the platform. Keep an eye on lumber liquidators, guys. The LL, the longer it holds over 9. I might hop in this one, especially if it gets maybe a bit of 910 or something. So if you go to the homepage and maybe ask that question, maybe somebody knows. I just don't know. I don't have the answer. You're the first person to ever ask that about Tastyworks. No. I want to go long. Look at the break. Yeah, the 910 is just a matter of clearing that whole number by more than a few pennies. That it's more psychological than anything. Okay, Mark is obviously I don't think it's going to. Well, you never know. I mean, this is stock that is a lot of people look at. So we'll see if it hits 350 again. If it doesn't, I'll just pass. Myrna, wow, Myrna keeps going down. I wonder if Sam said he was short this one from around 70-ish. Listen, don't let me influence you, okay, Kildare, okay? I'm just watching this, the way it's trading. It's 909, 911 right now. I was literally waiting for a bid of 910. No, I don't think there's any news on lumber. I mean, it had a nice day yesterday, but the market, it moved with the rest of the market. It doesn't have a ton of room. I mean, there's a lot of resistance right around 10. I'd like to see it cleaner, but All right, Raj, put me on mute. I'm in sales mode now. 10:30. All right, everybody. I know I said this before, but welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. This is a free room. If you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. If you click on the scans tab within the trading rooms, click on the scans tab, you'll see all the scans that I'm sharing. For those of you in the YouTube feed, if you want to come into the room, what I call the real trading room, because there's where I can really share scans with you. You can always join right there underneath. I just put the link into the YouTube feed. You can also access my scans from the room drive. Looks like a half open folder. You click on that, scans that I share, download. Goes to a Word document. The links that I'm going to talk about, you can download also, and they'll go to a Word document. We have training links. And in fact, I do want to put, I think these are two really good links. I'm going to pop into the room here. Sorry, I made a mistake. Let me just show you this one, the 20 short video lessons, okay? I think it's a very, very good starter for people. You know, we only have 20 of them. They're very short, to the point. What is an alert window? Create one. What is a top list? Etc., etc. The bottom three here, all about Brokerage Plus. I encourage you to watch those videos. Pop that into the YouTube feed. I'm going to go over some of the other links. So I've gone over the subscription. Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a daily video between 1:15 and 1:45 every day. We do have a beta now, so if you click on the download link, if you don't have a buy and short button in your chart and you don't have the similar tab in your single stock window, then please download the latest. You can either go to the production version or the beta. Training. So there's the big training link. Within that training link is the 20 short lesson videos. Okay, but the training link has more webinars. You can sign up for all the webinars that we have. We just had our test drive. It wrapped up on Friday. We do this typically 4 times a year, so the next one could be in August. If you're interested in signing up for it, because we don't have an actual date, you click on the next test drive link, fill this out, and then you'll get an email as we get close to the next test drive. We just don't have a date yet. We have some ebooks developed within Trade Ideas you can take a look at. And if you're a Mac user, you can click on this. There are, this is a PC-based program, but if you're a Mac user, there are 3 ways in which you can use our program. So you can click on that. I don't really know what's new in beta, to be honest. I always just load the beta. I don't think there was anything earth-shattering. Dave? All right, let me talk a little bit about, let's see what else is happening here. Yeah, lots of stocks. Okay, another little red bar now, guys. So the SPY is definitely in fade mode. Definitely in fade mode here now. Still up for the day, the Dow, but look at the SPY is almost negative now. And tech is just getting slammed. I don't think, excuse me, I don't think there was any earth shattering, Dave. I mean, there might have been some minor fixes. There wasn't like we added another tab or things like that. But just download it. I mean, I use the beta. If the beta is available, I mean, I have never had a problem using the beta ever. Well, I have to admit, I've not seen a day like this in a long time where everything has been stopped out. And this from the AI. Well, Dave, filters are and functions and alerts are or. So that's the only way you can do it. So, I mean, if you're talking about, remember, all those filters, so the alerts are ors and filters are ands, if that makes sense to you. So I'm going to say probably not the way you're trying to do it. All right, guys, I want to talk a little bit about the AI. Still going to watch that ZTR if it takes out that 790 later on. Holly is only for premium subscribers. Just one moment, please. Well, we turned around again. Remember, we're getting some green. Now we're getting a gap up and reverse. So a lot of stocks, of course, were up at the beginning of the day because the market was up. But now a lot of stocks are giving it up. Your car was up, way up here. And LL, I mean, unless the market turns around a little bit, I don't see LL doing too much. But my alert is up here, so if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, just move on. All right, so this is basically what the AI is all about. We have around 50 what we call baseline strategies. AI waits for the market to close, so it has access to the latest market data, and then takes a look at all the strategies and starts to basically look at the filters that are in place, maybe make adjustments to the filter values, maybe takes a filter out, adds one in, runs our back tester, and runs through all I'm going to say 50 strategies like that. Obviously, you and I, even to do one is tough because the whole idea is an optimization procedure. So obviously a computer has to do this, running through about 50 strategies. Tomorrow, then, we are presented with the strategies that made the cut. These are the ones that made the cut because they had the proper profit factor and win percentage combination. These four down here always make the cut. Didn't have a good day today. Okay, but typically to make the cut, win percentage of at least 60 and a profit factor of at least 2. But as I say, today is not a good day for the AI. We'll talk more about Brokerage Plus. Wow. Now the market's putting in a bigger red bar, guys. Oh, no, 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 no. Look at American Airlines now after that move up. Lost sight of it. Wanted to take this around 1166 on a reshort, but oh well. So this is Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. And this is part of our standard service until I tell you you need premium. Brokerage Plus window from the toolbar, only available for the desktop application, okay? Not available in the web-based version. You click on New and Brokerage Plus, the window will pop up. You can use Brokerage Plus in one of two ways. You can, if you check simulated trading, then you can use it as a paper trader. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use it to trade your Interactive Brokers account. Wow, look at these airlines, just big move down. Now, what I do is I keep it in simulation mode all day long to demonstrate how to use it. Simplest way, click on an alert, click on mark. And if I wanted to trade mark, I pick how many shares I want to trade. I pick the price I want to get in at. If I want to sell it or go short, I sell. If I want to go long, I buy. See if I can. Well, let's just short Chef. Okay. I'm going to short Chef. So we just shorted Chef 200 shares. Okay. We just shorted Chef 200 shares of it. That's how easy it is to do. Now you can follow along. There's your open P&L. Okay. So all I did was I just clicked on the sell. I also made sure that it was shortable, you know, at Interactive Brokers. Not that this would have mattered. I mean, this has no bearing on what brokerage account you have, but if you want to keep it real, you know, I mean, paper trading, simulation trading, you know, you should be practicing trading. That's what the whole thing is about. So if your broker won't allow you to short, then don't take a short. Also, it wasn't down 10%, so it was easy. It would have been easy to get the short. No, just as a demonstration. Now, if I want to put a stop in right now, I want to put a stop in at 15. Okay, you see how it just showed up on the chart? Stop at 15. If I allowed it to go up to 15 and take me out of the trade, I'd lose $61. I could also put in a target. If I wanted to put a target somewhere, I could put a target in. But right now at this point, you can actually manage the trade right on the chart. If, for instance, what do we get in at? We got in at 1470. If I saw this starting to move up, I don't have to wait to get stopped out. If I don't like the way it's trading, I can always move my stop right on the chart, up or down. Okay, I'm going to leave it there, see what happens. So all that is part of the standard service, what I just did. You can also set up something what we call one-click trading ahead of time. You can pick how you want to trade it by creating a trading strategy, all part of the standard service. The only time you would need our premium service is if you had an alert strategy and you wanted to auto trade it. So in other words, every time a symbol showed up, it would automatically take the trade. It would just auto trade it. It's the only time you need our premium service. Also, well, you need a premium service also if you want to see the AI, but I was talking more with Brokerage Plus. So, I mean, if you're a new trader, great way to practice trading. And again, it has no bearing on what brokerage account you have. It's using our real-time data. Boy, look at that. I can't remember, guys. I honestly can't remember the last time we had such a disconnect between the Dow and, say, tech. I mean, look at tech now, just getting creamed. Too bad this is not tech. This is actually an earnings play. And it was up pre-market. See a lot of stocks that were up that are just giving it up, just fading off the open right now. Okay, so that's why, guys, I mean, if you want to know how I trade, I just wait. You know, I didn't want to take lumber liquidators unless well, not 100% I was going to take it even though I saw a 910 bid, but I was not going to look at it unless it had a 910 bid. It didn't. And now it's, you know, basically fading. Now it could turn into a short. Only Interactive Brokers, cuz. Only Interactive Brokers. And now the SPY, unfortunately, is underneath that 200-day moving average. Starting to give up that 200-day moving average. Give me one moment here. All right, back. Well, as this market keeps drifting down, I'm sure the Dow is probably going to go negative, catching up to. Look at tech, just getting what's. There is look. Here's the probably the one that most people follow for the ETF for the tech. Look at this. Oh, I wish I still were in my AAL short. Man. I mean, I had high hopes for Sabre this morning. SABR. All right. Now, again, you know, my bias was long on this AXLA. I mean, that's why I made the watch list to see if it could take this out at some point. But the problem I've got with it on a short, if you look at AXLA, there's a 200-day moving average. So, I mean, that might support it. I missed the NTLA. Agony. 1825 on the short, 1766 right now. This one is just hanging around the area probably. Actually, it's now moved down again. I'm out of that one. I'm not in it anymore. La Jolla is just not wanting to break 5. Wow, this was a really good one, 1825. This one, again, if it doesn't take out that 200-day, I mean, that might stop it right there or hold it. Again, another one, I mean, the VER, I mean, why it's on the watch list was in case it, you know, really broke out free here. So again, a long bias, but with what the market is doing right now. Boy, look at the volume. It's a big float. $1 billion in the float. It's traded 5 million shares. So it will take a lot to move this one still. Just a second. Yesterday's low was 574, so it's right at yesterday's low. I mean, that's why this triggered, because it was right at yesterday's low. One of the filters I have in for anything to show up in the watch list down, it has to be at or below yesterday's low. Meanwhile, another one, T-Bio, too bad it's below the whole number, but you'd be chasing it now. This high flyer, risky, 28.50 on the bid ask, so it's a big spread. Look at this. Number of liquidators came right back up. Well, again, I have the alert set here. I mean, if the market turns around a little bit, I mean, the alert is still set, still valid for me. So and Chef is turning around. So if I want to get out of Chef right now, I just have to drop it to the price. Oops. So I just dropped it. So I took myself out of the trade, I didn't want to wait for 15. Again, this is in the simulator, but I did it right on the chart. Ren. What a difference from yesterday, where yesterday we had the gap up, big gap up, and it basically it was kind of steady all day long. Only towards the end of the day did it flirt with the 200-day moving average, right around here. But look at this. I mean, basically on that 15-minute chart, you can see how flat it was for especially towards the end, and then only at the very, very end. But look at this, comparatively speaking. Well, guys, that's why we wait. That's why I waited anyway. Remember, I was waiting for this break for Mark. Look what it did now. I didn't want to anticipate the break. The stock list on your single stock window. This is the single stock window here. Are you talking about this, Eric? So I'm not sure what you mean by the stock list on to the left. You're talking this. Okay. So if you click on it, you have to click on the similar tab. Do you have the similar tab in the single stock window? Okay, so just click on it, and I've just I duplicated the window. Okay, I duplicated the window, and I duplicated it twice. So that's why you see. So I duplicated the window, put it here, duplicate it again, put it here. It's just right-click, duplicate, and then what I do is I sort on the change from the closed column on the way up. So these are the stocks at the top, the ones that have changed the most from yesterday's closed, percentage-wise. And I also sort the other way, so I can, at a glance, I can see the ones that are up the most or the ones that are down the most. Okay, I just sort on that change from the closed column. It's just a double click. Okay, it's just a left with your mouse, double click left. And so now you can see, and of course what it's doing is it is comparing stocks in the sector. This is the all Exactly. So any stock that I pick, so if I pick AXLA, this is in the biological product, except diagnostic, etc. That's the sector it's in. So it is comparing stocks in that sector. So I can see at a glance, CHRS, top stock in the sector. LJPC, worst stock in the sector, as an example. Now then I take it one step further. Come on, a little bit of lag on the charts. Look at EIGI, guys, EIGI. You two Sizzlex. It's not a low float either. So I take it one step further. Let me just show you what I do. So I love to follow this sector all day long, the pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing sector. Typically, there are always some stocks in there that are alive and kicking all day long. Doesn't matter what day. So I click, I'm in the sector now, and then what I do is I right click and I pop it out. When I pop it out, now it is a top list. The reason I do that is because you're limited to the filters that are in here. So what I want to do here is I want to say, okay, I only want to take a look at stocks in a certain price range, maybe at least a minimum volume, things like that. So I can customize it to how I want to see the stocks. And this is the end result. Okay, and I sort on the position and days range. I add that column so I can see the stocks that are up they're right near the high of the day. And if I scroll all the way down to the bottom, I'll see the stocks that are near the low of the day. A little lag on the charts here. Okay. Now I can give you this. I mean, this is just what I do. It's been around for several months, Eric. If you just probably didn't have the latest version of Trade Ideas. It's been around for several months, though. And I'll just pop that into the trading room, both rooms. And of course, you can do that with any sector. I mean, this happens to be the sector that I like, but if you wanted to follow, the home builders or energy stocks or, whatever sector you want, you can do the same thing. Pop it out. Man, TBIO in collapse mode here. TBIO. No hint. Look at the pre-market. Really nothing was happening there yesterday. Basically flat, 15-minute chart. No real hint this was going to happen. So I don't know if they had a mixed ratings. I'm trying to see if there's a specific reason. You know, it's a drug play. EIGI, let's see, yeah, probably, yeah, right at the 200-day, 384, that's what Real was talking about. EIGI, right at the 200-day moving average, a little bit above it. All right, guys. Man, I got a decent fill on the LL. Let's see if this holds. I'm not, you know, I want to see that. Don't want to see the market keep going down. I got a decent fill, 917 on the LL. But I'm not wild about it. What the market, what it's doing. I'd like to see the market climb a little bit. Maybe a little bit late. I was looking actually 913 or so, but we'll see. I mean, I just want to see if this has any sort of. I'm kind of in scalp mode in this, guys. You know, I don't really trust it. All right, nice little move. And the volume. That's what we want to see. Look at the volume coming in. There's the volume we want to see. So it was a pop on volume. You know, that's a big, you know, since, you know, what's this? These are 5-minute candles. So since the third 5-minute candle, that's the biggest one. Moving which way? No, up? Wow, yeah, I mean, this, look how whippy. My goodness. 11 and then pop right off. All right, so far EIGI doesn't care about that 200-day moving average so far. So the next level would be the 460 level, 450 level, looking at that weekly chart, as long as it holds over. Yeah, I don't. Another one, interesting one breaking down is this chasing it though, but it's below the whole number. Always have to check the 200-day, the VWAP. Good morning, Cesar. Yeah, here's an earnings play. LPG, the picture of, and a little pop here actually. It's a fairly low float, 40 million, has not traded that much. For it, yes, it's almost double what it normally trades, but It's trying to make a little move here. All you have to do is flatten. If you hit flatten, it'll take you out of the trade. Just click on flatten. Now let's take, let's see, what's the spread? That's not bad. Let me take a couple hundred shares of LPG. There it is. Okay, now I just flatten and I'm out of the trade. Okay. Chef could be on the way back up, guys. I mean, it's close to yesterday's close again, but it could be on the way back up. Definitely a nice bounce off that low way down here at 1460. Okay, cuz that makes sense. Just click on flatten. You know, highlight what you want, of course, and then just click flatten, and it'll get you out of the trade. All right, is still just hovering around the 200-day moving average, EIGI. Yeah, I have no explanation for that. You saw how quickly it took me out of the trade, cuz I don't know why it took a while, because it just goes into the market. I mean, it just absolutely should take you out almost instantly. All right, guys, I'm just going to check a couple of emails here as I wait to see if LL explodes out of here. TMDX. Let me take a look at TMDX. TMDX. Okay, little green bar ignored, maybe starting to form. Might be hard to get though because it's down more than 10%. Look at the room underneath for it though. You know, there's maybe a support area right around 1150. It's far enough away. Well, maybe a bit. Oh yeah, you're right on the 5. Okay, it's a little, yeah, you're right. On the 5, it's starting to creep up a little bit here. Maybe that'll help the LL. GoPro, are you still around? Obviously, you're still around. All right, let's see if I can induce it up a little bit more. The volume too, guys. I mean, look at the volume, oops, on the LL. There's the 15-minute. What time is it? 12. So there's another 3 minutes for this candle to close, okay? And look at the volume. You know, it's except for the opening 15-minute. You know, we're getting some good volume. But it still doesn't want to break out. I don't know about, guys. I mean, there's a big topping tail there, so yeah, I was looking at that FUTU underneath the 14, but glad I didn't hop in that one. That would have been on a short. A nice little break here for WBK, another regional bank. Big float, 3.3 billion in the float. Nice little break here though. Look at that 15-minute. Look at the volume that came in. This has room also. Wow, look at the room this one has. WBK. MARPS. Yeah. Is this a pink sheet stock? No, it isn't. Yeah, what a few days this one has had. This is from Asia in the YouTube stream. Why didn't you tell us about it here? Maybe you did. I'm just pulling your leg, of course. Yeah, guys, I'm not in love with this LL right now, so I took it out at 924. I'm just not liking the way it's trading, so I'm out of the LL at 924. No big deal. If it gets into the 30s, I may take a shot at it again. Yeah, Plab. Haven't seen this one for a while. Used to see this one quite a bit. Plab. Okay, what are you all about? 1147 looking left. That's the next high, low looking left. So that might support it. PLAB. Yeah, I'm a little suspect going long anything right now unless it has something like it's either very newsworthy for it. And I'm just looking at the SPY. I mean, that's a very modest little pop here. Yeah, it's difficult for us to do something like that. Scotty. One day's low. Well, okay. It will require a custom formula. I'm just looking now. So you're talking today's low. No, I'm sorry. Are you talking about today's high is 50 cents above yesterday's low? Is that what you mean? As an example, is that what you mean? Today's high is 50 cents above yesterday's low. Is that what you mean? I mean, it is possible using a custom formula to do that. Okay, guys. Well, I may have been a little, antsy on the LL. It still looks interesting if you're in it, but no, not weeks or months. No, no. We one of the things we don't, well, I don't want to call it don't do a good job of, but I mean, it's just the way our we don't have a great way to refer to previous, well, so number one, intraday candles and also previous candles. We can refer to some previous candles, but we're just not set up to do it that way. Interesting one is pink sheet stock. Volume coming in all of a sudden. BTLCY. Oh well, guys, I got a little jumpy on the LL and it cost me. Well, if you're still in it, congratulations. I say I got a little bit jumpy on it. All right, what else is happening here? Let's take a look at so the TMDX is just kind of resting here. TMDX could go either way, of course. Kind of basing. Well, look at OTLK. This is a little one on the move here. OTLK Problem is, there's that 200-day moving average, 107. It is very close to the 200-day moving average. And even if it took that out, you've got some, a lot of weekly resistance around 110, 115, and then up in this area. It's not a clean looking weekly chart. Oh yeah, you got to click on the trade. Yeah, you have to highlight the trade and then use the flatten. Otherwise, how does it know which one you want? Obviously, you understand that now. Interesting. I don't think I've seen one gap down and reverse. So you understand what this is a multi-strategy window. No, there's no way to indicate crossing a trend line. No, not on our charts. No. Sorry, Randy. So there are 4 strategies in here. The gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, gap down and go. So gap up and go should be obvious. A stock that gapped up and it kept going higher. This gap down and reverse, I don't think I've seen one today. That's a stock that gapped down and then reversed. We've seen a lot of these though, gap up and reverse. We've seen stocks that have moved higher and then they've reversed. And we've seen a lot of these today, gap down and go. In other words, a stock that gapped down and kept going down. So these two, gap up and go and gap down and go, are opposites. And so are these two. These are opposites. If it's all dark, Bill, well, there are indicators in the strategies, sure. You might have to do a couple of things. You might have to do a refresh. If you can't see in the trading room beside the gear icon, there's a refresh. You might try that. Developer of the room suggests you use Chrome as your browser. Okay. No, there's no trend line cross. I mean, we do have some resistant crosses and things like that. Crossing resistance, things like that, but not a trend line, okay? I mean, because everybody's trend line could be different. So Bill, if you used Chrome as should be using Chrome as your browser, that's what the room or the developer of the room recommends, then you might have to disable your hardware accelerator. If you click on the 3 dots in Chrome, and go to settings and scroll down to advanced. And then where you see hardware accelerator, use hardware accelerator, disable it. Okay, and then relaunch Chrome. Hopefully that'll help you. Yeah, there was no alert called trendline cross. I mean, we have some. I mean, I don't know exactly what you want. You want to draw a trend line on the chart, and when it breaks it, you want an alert. It's just not going to happen. Sorry. Yeah, so for me, Adam, I've never used TD Ameritrade, so you'd have to ask maybe some kind person if they see that. I don't know. There are probably videos. My guess is there are probably some videos on how to use the platform, but I can't help you there. And college courses to understand the market more. I'm at a loss on that one too. I mean, there are lots of stuff in the internet. Understanding candlestick patterns. I probably I'm sure there's some books out there too that others, I'm so behind in that sort of thing that, I have no idea what is current. But there are probably some people in the trading room that might make some suggestions about candlestick trading. But yeah, to understand, it's a pretty loaded question. I mean, how to understand using the TDA. Yeah, I mean, there's got to be some videos that on their website. Yeah, RNWK, a little pullback, and then I'll pop here. Real's talking about SNDX. Let's see what's happening with SNDX. Yeah, a little push. You see what he's talking about? There's a push. Okay, Adam, you have been given a lot of information. EEX. EEX. Emerald Expositions Events. What the heck did they do? Okay. Chris, I have no idea. It happens to me also every now and then. I have no idea why it is sporadic. Have you not asked that question before to me, or somebody else asked the question? I have no idea why it happens. I keep forgetting to ask our tech guys. Somebody else asked me too. I know exactly what you're talking about. I don't know why it happens every now and then. Usually, when it happens, I just go to another symbol and then I go back. I know it's a pain, but GCO. No, this was on the watch list, and ooh, look at this. I mean, this is such a, in fact, it did actually trigger here. I'd love to see the market at least. Love to see the market just move a little bit. This could help the GCO a lot. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't happen. Obviously, it doesn't happen all the time. So boom, right there it happened. And I don't know why it happens, and it's every chart for GCO as an example, well, except for the monthly. See if I can, by clicking, does that do anything? Nope, the monthly worked, but yeah, no idea. I wonder if Julio is in the room or listening to me. Let's see if Julio's around. He's a developer and he might shed some insight. I don't want to change my chart. Are you talking about this issue we're having here, Steady? No, I mean GCO is not a note. Yeah, he doesn't seem to be there, so I'm going to have to move on. Now let's go back to it. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's really strange. Really strange why that happens. Somebody asked about TGI. Let's see, TGI. Triumph. Wow. Yeah, for what? I mean, it's moving here. You know, it's a potential swing. Would probably have to take out around that 9 level, and then it's got a ton of room. Yeah, it has room. I mean, there's the high looking left, 893. That's far enough away. I mean, if you wanted to, I mean, but I mean, that's where the big move would happen if it could ever get through that. I mean, that's where the absolute big move potentially could happen. I mentioned the land earlier here, guys. Land. GCO. Well, look, what's the market doing right now? If the market continues, it's basing a little bit here. Just a little bit. It's right at that 200-day moving average also, just a little bit below it. Let's call it 300. I mean, I know it's 299.59, but my opinion only, of course. I sometimes think people overthink things. I mean, you know, to me, the brokerage platform is a commodity. I mean, obviously, you want good execution and all that. And for me, Interactive Brokers has been stellar for 3.5 years. I honestly, I can't remember the last time it closed down on me. Where I had other brokerage platforms in the past that did that, you know, just basically booted me out of the program. I had to reload. You know, every now and then, you know, you'll get a disruption. but it reconnects automatically. But I'm probably somebody, I mean, I'm just looking for a very simple, I mean, to me, people find IB tough. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't use their charts. I don't care about their charts. So I just use it as simple order entry. Yeah, that used to happen steady. Yes, you're absolutely right. A long, long, long time ago when that was happening, and some nice person in the room told me how to do that, increase the memory, and I've never had an issue since. Uh, Grumpy, you know what I use for charts. I just use trade ideas. I don't know what that means. TD plays against you. I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that. I'm going to keep an eye on this GCO, guys. I mean, it's 2150. I mean, it's got a ton of room. This is why it made the watch list. Got a ton of room here. Not very much volume. That's the only issue. It's a low float too for a $21 stock to be only have 14 million in the float. That is a low float. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Oh, okay. In terms of playing, yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know. Yeah, listen, you get what you pay for, guys. Everybody's clamoring for free commissions. You know, I look, IB half a cent a share is, you know, again, if you're going to buy a million shares of something, I get it. But even then, I know you can work out some kind of a deal. But I guess you get what you pay for. Yeah, it's on the way down though, isn't it? Little spy. Look at that. Yes. Yeah. Look at. You're right. Look at the volume. Zach pointing that out. Look at the volume. Okay, yeah. So the competitors is I should have told you that the competitors is what gives you within the sector, you know, the all the stocks within the sector. So the competing stocks within the sector. Price action, I am not wild about it yet. I think it needs more filters and all. Okay, but basically, I mean, the theory being is that you'll see stocks with similar price action. That's the theory behind it. I just think it needs some more filters. So I don't use it. You can try it, you can take a look at it, but I just think it needs more filters. How do you know when I'm not in it, real? How do you know I'm not back in it? You of all people should know that something's up every time I keep putting price alerts, but so take that. Well, guys, I'm going to take my break pretty soon. I'm going to find out who's on. Are they taking over the YouTube stream? Well, GRNQ coming back, surprising me, guys. Really surprised. Remember, I was talking about this one way down here. This is, if you guys remember, I was talking about a stock yesterday. I can't remember what it was, and I was saying, you know, it had popped up in the pre-market, and then it had really dropped. And I kept saying, I can't remember who was questioning me on it. I think it was Dave something. Why was I waiting for volume? And this is what I was waiting for. A huge volume push. That's what I was. Now, it didn't happen on that particular stock. That was you, Dave F. I can't remember the stock, but that is what I was talking about. Okay, you know, something is resting, and then all of a sudden you get a big volume bar that just absolutely, you know, accelerates it. But okay, so indicators on the charts, you have to go here, right click, indicators, and here they are. Okay, and the format is, you say you clicked on EMA as an example. This is what it looks like. Let me, second. This is the format, okay? So here's the indicator name. You could put the abbreviated name. This is what I did at EMA8. Pick where you want it. Typically, you want it in the chart area, or you don't want it in another. You don't want to create another one. Okay. This is the key, though. This is the format you have, or the syntax you have to use. So there's your header code, space, the period, and then close. And that's for all of them: SMA, EMA, you know, all of them. And then it is a line chart. I get a line. Now you can choose the colors you want. You know, it's just a matter of choosing the colors you want, and then say OK. You got it? Excellent. You're a fast learner. The key thing is the syntax. I wonder if it was EFOI. Might have been, I don't know, might have been EFOI. No, I don't think it was EFOI. I can't remember the stock yesterday, Dave, but you remember what we were talking about. No indicators on the web version. Yeah, I mean, listen, the web-based version is not as robust as the desktop app application. Okay, so there are no indicators on the charts. You don't have Brokerage Plus. Might have been EDNT. I thought it started. That's why I put EFOI. I thought it started with an E. I think it was EDNT. But this is classic, guys. Print this chart. I mean, this is classic. Look at the volume that came in. Well, Bearish, you set up the external linking ahead of time. Oh, I see. You don't want to send it? No. You only have one option, either double clicking or single click. You cannot say, okay, single click sends it to a single stock window, double click sends it to the broker. No. It's double click on an alert or double click on an alert. You can't say, you can't pick and choose. Is that your question? Not with us, Harry. Just give me one moment here. Wow, man, oh man. And it's a low float. I think it's a low float situation. Yeah, relatively low float. 16 million in the float for this one. This is what a lot of times we don't see this happen right now. We see this happen, 2 o'clock, 2:30. It just rests, and all of a sudden it gets a charge. Yeah, you see, I don't use a lot of indicators, Harry, okay? You can see all I have, really, to be honest. I mean, I know where the 200-day moving average is. I'm aware of what the VWAP is. Other than that, I really don't, and that's just me, okay? I just don't use a lot of indicators. I rely more on the price and volume action. So, I mean, GRNQ, if you were well, you probably weren't here at 9 o'clock, but I opened the room at 9, and that's when we start discussing the stocks that moved in the pre-market. And of course, this was one of them. GRNQ is on my watch list, but it kept showing up here in the basic new highs and lows. All right, guys, what's GCO doing? GCO is inching up and up and up. There's for the original alert at 2150. I'm not in this one. It's a bit of a spread issue, 59.67 on the bid ask right now. So it's a bit of a spread issue. Okay, guys, here's another one that might be starting. It had pulled back big. Come on. And that's fun. Look what it's doing. Now imagine if we get a big volume bar, not unlike the GRNQ. Okay? And you know, it's not bad. I mean, there's some volume coming in. What strategies are you talking about, Randy? That's still a little too vague. All of them. None of these are strategies. These are ideas. In the channel? Oh, I mean, they're ideas. Okay. I mean, they're not strategies. There's a big difference between a strategy and an idea. I mean, the idea is, you know, you click on an alert. As I always do, I just check the daily, weekly, monthly chart to see if the stock has room. That's okay. I mean, these, you know, I mean, again, when you get an alert, I mean, you just have, well, for me, because most of my alerts, if not all of them, are stocks either making a new high or a new low for the day. So I'm not having to worry about intraday resistance. So consequently, I just look at these bigger time frames, you know, to see, okay, great, you're at a high for the day. Is there anything stopping you from moving higher, you know, say on that weekly chart or the monthly chart? Is there a lot of resistance? You know, that is, but listen, that's just the way I trade. I mean, there are a lot of people out there in the room and outside the room. They prefer pullback plays. You know, a stock that they think it's crazy taking a stock that's at the high of the day, as an example, and that's fine. So they're more into stocks that pull back to a certain level and then bounce off it. I'm just not. I'm just not that. I don't want to say good. I've just decided that there's so many different types of plays out there that I like to concentrate on one. And it's instead of trying to, you know, keep tabs of every type of trading scenario out there. You know, I've just for years and years and years, I'm just more attuned to seeing stocks making new highs or new lows. It doesn't mean I'd hop into the trade just because a stock makes a new high or low. But again, it's, you know, I'm so used to now looking at a daily, weekly, monthly chart. Omar, what stock are you talking about? What stock are you talking about? I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. You think with news that it would be a good, like what stock are you talking about? Okay, not getting an answer. Yeah, you got it, Tim. Hello. All right, guys. It is time for me to take my break. No, there isn't a stocks only tab. Oh, yeah. No, wait a minute. There's no similar tab. Not in the web-based version yet, unless it has been added. Oh, I see. Downgraded and upgraded. These are just analysts putting their opinions on stocks, okay? I do it, to be honest, because I've been doing it for years, and it it really, I mean, some people seem to still want me to do it, so I do. But what happens is, let's just say for argument's sake, I see a stock and it's moving. It might ring a bell, say, "Oh, that's right, that had an upgrade today." Or if it's moving down, it had a downgrade today. That's it. And that could be the reason. Okay, it doesn't mean that you hop in a stock that has an upgrade. Some firms maybe have a little more weight than others, like Goldman. All right, guys. So I am going to take my break now. I think Andy is taking over in the YouTube room. So Omar, I don't know what you mean by you think with news that it has a. Are you talking just in general? Yeah, Asia mentioned in the YouTube feed. Look at this. Yeah, big volume for FPay coming in. Look, I mean, look what could happen if it can take out. Well, especially that 150 to 160 mark, and then it has a lot of room.
All right, testing 1 2 3. This is a support session. Anybody out there? Can you hear me? Testing 1 2 3. All right, great. All right, thank you guys. Street Bob, Hal, 1740. All right, this is Andy, and this is the support webinar. We take over this stream for an hour, and to thank you, Steve, and to open up for a support webinar. So we're taking any questions, guys. Just feel free. This is an open forum. I got my eye on the chat window, so any questions that you may have, fire away, and we will get after them. Let me see what we got in here. All right, pretty good, decent crowd. Oh, had to dial the audio back. Okay, let me move it down a little bit. Maybe that. Oh, wait a minute. My mic is jacked all the way up, so let me cut that down a little bit. Huh, I had those settings saved. I'm not sure why it jumped all the way to the right on me. Somebody says, wish they would have held, yeah, that GRNQ. I'm not sure where you were in. Hopefully you were in around 43 or 44 cents. That'd have been a nice little trade there. Wow, what a move. From 40 cents to 220, that can change lives if you have the right amount of shares. All right, while I wait for questions, let's take a look around at the market. We are seeing some downside pressure, big cat movers. This is upside, stocks hitting highs versus stocks hitting lows today. So I haven't changed haven't went out of my default layout today, but yeah, that's some pretty aggressive selling now, although the market is trying to be resilient here, bouncing back. So let's see what happens. But I wouldn't be surprised to see a failed move here as we get up to these levels. But right here, right where we're at. Oh, you're talking about GRNG. Or is that Q? Yeah, that's the same one I was just looking at. Looking at the market here, we've had a couple of gap ups, and so far they've been unable to hold. Yesterday and today, that wick yesterday is, well, I don't think that's right. When I go back and look at the daily, I don't think that really happened. So we'll see if today if it can bounce back and close near highs. But a couple of gaps up that fail could be a little scary if you're long, but we'll see what happens. What's going on with NK? Somebody says. Yeah, definitely some volume coming in there, coming through my extreme volume high-low pro. Oh wait, there it is. Hey Mike C, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, definitely look at that volume bar on that NK. Definitely some sort of news coming in here at midday news. Hi, Mike C. Did you take that CMD that I talked about yesterday in the webinar, Mike? I don't know, maybe you weren't in there. Oh, good. Glad you can hear me, Aaron. I can see you. So if you have any questions, once again, you guys are slow out of the starting gate with questions. I know there's some people in here using the product probably for the first time here in the last couple of weeks from our test drive who joined our services. So anything at all that you guys want to talk about, fire away in the chat window. I got my eye on it so far. No questions have come in. Scroll back just to make sure I didn't miss any. Oh, looks good. Here's NK coming through the Extreme Master Blaster as well. No, Mike, I wasn't. I was pretty much done with the webinar. Luckily, yeah, that was the funniest thing yesterday, man. Me and Jamie got a big tickle out of that. As soon as he started bragging on my internet, how fast it was now, it crashed on me. Hopefully, it won't do it again. That's the first time since I've moved in here that it's happened. But luckily, Mike, we had pretty much. I'd finished all my content. I wasn't going to. I don't think I was going to share this new scanner, but I tell you what, I'll have you one for next week. How's that sound? Okay, yeah, did not take the CMB trade. Yeah, that's one I've been in for a few days. I talked about it yesterday, setting up here, just kind of very similar to the way that TLRY did the other day. Same kind of looking chart above its moving averages there. I did sell half right around here this morning, but holding on to the other half, see if it has another push in it. Yeah, yeah, that was ironic, man. That was a perfect jinx. Okay, Teddy says, if I buy Trade Idea Scanner, is this purchase that I keep forever, or is it a subscription? Yes, we have a monthly subscription, Teddy, and we also have a annual subscription. Neither one of them come with a contract. Okay, so you're never tied into anything. Now, obviously, if you pay for an annual, you're going to have 5 days to get a refund, and if you don't, I mean, you're stuck with that annual. But a monthly, that's what I always recommend people to do on the month. If you're not sure you want it, go ahead and sign up. Especially if you have like a 25% discount, you can sign up for the monthly. And then what we'll do, if you decide to upgrade within 30 days to the annual, we'll honor that 25% discount. So that's always a good way to go about it. SpaceX launching astronauts today. History in the making. You're welcome, Teddy. See if anything's setting up in my revenue growth fishing. This one's been setting up for a while. Kind of a nice base popping up out of it. Television broadcasting. That one, I don't care for that too much. Looks like a ADR. I don't know about that one either. Ingersoll Rand. They must have done some sort of spin-off to fall down that far. Let's talk a little bit about the trade of the week while I wait for another question. I'm going to show you how I managed this today. You can see my little buy signal there. This was the trade of the week off the 50-period moving average. Now, guys, this is the kind of things you should look at when you're looking at the trade of the week. Okay, Amgen kind of had an ugly cloud cover day yesterday on trying to reverse on this green bar. And if you look at the IBB this morning or yesterday, another just ugly red bar close. Just totally capturing or closing on that green bar right there. The whole body, wick, and everything. And then if you look down, if you were thinking about Amgen this morning on the trade of the week and you pulled up IBB, you would see that the market was gapping up, but IBB was gapping down. Okay, down on the open. So this is where I was a little bit more patient. I waited. I didn't want to just jump right. In the first 5 minutes of the day, it was already hitting that 50. I was a little more patient. I did buy this in off the 200 day or closer to it in the real little fund that we trade. So I am long that Amgen, but obviously the call was off the 50. But this is where you guys got to kind of take over and when you're trading these trade of the weeks, use your own common sense, logic. Look at all the variables in the marketplace. When you see the IBB getting slapped at the open, maybe back off and wait for a better entry. And there was a really nice one right off the 200 day there. But nonetheless, if you did buy it off the 50, I don't, you still, it still may be fine. Let's see how it closes today. All right, let me let's take a look around. Still waiting for some questions. Okay, looks like NK announced some sort of immunity bio has been selected to participate in Operation Warp Speed. All right, thank you for that, Bobby. Or Bobby, I'm not sure. It's only got one B. Mike C says, Piton, nice bottom reversal action. Yeah, yeah, nice little tail there. Kind of below the 20 period there, but yeah, that could be one of those washout bounces type trades where you wash a lot of people out. But like once again, I wouldn't be surprised to see the market stall here. Steve quoting some Rocket Man over there. Yep. Well, is that a nice move? Golf. Okay. Tell you what I noticed too. I don't know, when I looked earlier, they were just really, as home builders been performing really well. Look at Lennar there, not far off. It's put up the weekly. That's impressive. Yeah, not far off its all-time high. Nice bounce. Look at that, doubled or more than doubled off its lows down here. Home builders have been doing well. That's always a good sign, possibly for the economy. Good question. Aja says, can you show the settings to use for filters for fib retracement? I'm going to show you this, and then some of you guys are going to probably want to. This is what I use. We do have some fib retracement alerts, but I found that this works better. And let me just go here and put in fib, type in fib in my cloud. And I got a multi-strategy window that I built, and it's really good. I got 3 strategies. Now this is for daily. I'm looking for daily retracements. And I have a 61.8 retracement, a 50, and a 38.2, the major fib areas. And so let's take a look at the configuration of one of these. And basically all I'm doing is looking for stocks, okay, in this case that are hitting a new low. New low is filtered because I don't need to see it over and over again once it does it. But when it gets down, position in year range. See, this is, I always talk about these position and range filters, and I'm telling you guys, spend some time with these things because you can build so many things with these position and range filters. And this is how I did my Fibonacci retracements. Okay, position in year range. All I did was bracketed each Fibonacci level. Okay, I got 61.5 and 62, 61.8. Is that for first fib retracement? And so anytime the stock is hitting a new low and falls in this range, I'm going to get an alert. Okay, and I just did the same thing for the other ones. Okay, if I go down here to the 50% retracement, you're going to see new low again and 49.7 to 50.3. So once it gets within that range, I am going to see it. Let's test it and take a look at some of these. Look at Roku. Roku has come all the way down to the 38.2 retracement. Look at that right there. Boing. It's getting a little bounce here. CNST is come down to the 50% retracement. Look at there, getting a bounce as well. Of course, a lot of it, the market is bouncing on. I'm not saying this is working only because, but it's pretty nice. This one went a little bit lower. Now this is the 61.8% retracement. So anyway, this is a really good, if you like trying to find stocks on daily retracements, this is a great one, and I will share it for you guys who want it. Now you can do the same thing in any range. So you can do a 20-day range, basically take the high and low. You can do, if you want to do day trading. I really don't like fib retracements for day trading, but I think they're more designed for daily. But anyway, let's go ahead and share it with you so you can do what you want to it, and you can just change that position in range if you want to do any other filters. And fib, I'll put FBI. Retrace. And I'm dropping that link into the chat, so if anybody wants that, just go ahead and grab it. Yes, Jeff, you can do those retracements for intraday, like I just said. But what you'd have to do is just come in here and you'd have to go to each strategy and configure. And what you want to do would be just take out the position in range. And here's the one you'd want to add. Just grab the one that doesn't have any words in front of it. That's an intraday range right there. So if you want to do the intraday, it will work for that as well. Just do the same retracements. And yeah, you might find some good stocks, pulling back on and you know what I'd do if I'm doing something like this, I would do a change from close. I'd make sure the stock is up at least maybe 1 or 2% on the day, and then they're pulling back on that retracement. I think if a stock is just floundering around doing nothing, what's the sense in retracing? Right? But yeah, it could be, if you use a change from the close and do a minimum of probably 1 or 2%, I think that may show you some good stuff. All right, I know you guys have been rebranding all these settings, moving away from risk on, risk off. I see conservative, moderate, aggressive levels. Okay, but I only have access to conservative and moderate. If you're referring, Kevin, if you're referring to the settings in Brokerage Plus, you're probably right. We don't use aggressive in there. We don't want people, you can always take control and not stop, but we don't want people, setting. We don't want you to set your auto trading with no stop at all. Moderate will adhere to stops, but aggressive won't. So you can find it though. You can find it if you look here. You can see I have an aggressive right here in my Holly. By the way, I'll be the first to admit, Holly, bad day for Holly today. Well, it's a tricky day, but she's going to have her bad days. But to answer your question, yeah, if you're talking about the, let's go into Brokerage Plus real quick. Let's say you're looking at Holly, AI Holly, and you go and you right click and you enter long trading strategies. Is this what you're talking about on the drop down menu? You don't have aggressive? Yeah. Yeah, that's a very dangerous setting because it will not adhere to any stops at all, and we don't want to put people in a position. You can always take control of your trades and cancel your stops, but we'd rather you do that manually than somebody come in and accidentally set aggressive up and stock goes against them big time. But you can always keep an eye on it, but just by pulling up a tab, just right click, you can add any columns you want in the strategy trades window, and you can add that column to see how it would have done if you had held on to it the whole time. Make sure I didn't miss any. Okay, saying my account was not eligible for margin. I was just using the sell half button on Brokerage Plus. Pedro, are you talking about simulated trading? Are you actually trading live through IB? Obviously. No, this was live. Okay, yeah, you're going to have to talk. When it comes to margin, obviously you're going to have to talk with IB. Yeah, that's going to be, if the system tried to, obviously it did try to fire, but you got that margin notice come up. That's going to be with IB. Now, one thing you do have to do is you have to convert all your currency to U.S. dollars. I don't know if you've done that. That has to be done before you can execute a trade. Huh. It's all U.S. in a cash. Yeah, I would talk to them because that is not yeah, that is not an error message you would get from Trade Ideas. Okay, it has no idea, what your account looks like over there. That's all done on the IB side. So yeah, you need to talk to them for sure. You're welcome, Pedro. I was just trying to think if there's any other setting that would cause that, but no, that would probably just be, something from them. Yeah, I'm not sure what it is, other than just not having enough funds to make that purchase. What would be a good feature to show us under the current market conditions? Well, when a market gets like this and it's kind of come a long ways, I'm always real careful about my longs. I'm looking maybe to buy stocks on weakness, like the Amgen that I bought today. You know, I am not looking to buy breakouts. I see a lot of breakout. If you're trading momentum, that's a different animal. In other words, if a stock has earnings, great earnings, and it gaps up and goes, yeah, that's a different animal. But just in general, for me, I'm looking to buy stock on weakness. Or a lot of times, when the market gets up to these levels, I will look for some things that haven't moved, like this TLRY that I bought the other day, and got a nice little move in it. So I kind of look for setups that may be basing. In other words, if you look at TLRY on the daily, it has come a long ways back from the 200 plus range. But look at this nice. I talked about this in the webinar. Look at this nice little trend right here. Little wedge it was forming. Had a beautiful little wedge here, and boy, I anticipated it. I actually bought it early once it held a couple of days above these moving averages, and got a nice little pop. I think I may have added to it right at that when it got that high. But I look for setups like this, and it just mentioned that CMD was very similar. Look at that, very similar to that. And I will say this: I found both of these. Look, it's almost identical. I found both of these. Let me make it a little bit bigger so you guys can see. In this revenue growth fishing. But, I'm really particular about what, if I don't like the pattern in it, I won't just go out and just buy it just because it's coming through here. I'm not seeing a whole lot of things I like right now in it. But what I'll do is just kind of keep an eye on this, and when I see those patterns kind of setting up, there's been some beauties, in this one. I just downloaded that top. Oh, good. You got it. You got it from the Traders Vault there, Kevin? If you go to the Traders Vault, it's going to have revenue. It's going to have. I just redid this thing. And it's going to have a lot of the there's some really good alerts in there. Yeah, the Vault. That's good. If you haven't been in there, guys, yet, get in there because it's nice. It's a lot of great alerts, and I just put all the best ones, the new best ones in there. So. Yep, yep. It has that one in there, that revenue growth fishing. So that's one I like to keep an eye on, especially if we get a pull back in the market, which traders always hoping for. When things get just where they're just kind of going up real slowly, it can get a little mundane, hard to find some opportunity. But so I was kind of hoping for a good pullback today. I thought we may get it with the compare count window showing that it is. We still may. But being stubborn. All right, Street Bob says, "Am I able to load your settings with a basic account?" Yeah, yes. You with the Street Bob, you got full access to all configurations as far as the A windows, the T windows, the M windows. That would be an A window is an alert window. A T window is a top list, just like you see here. There's an alert window. Yeah, you can load all these configurations with the standard package. Oh, you might want to, Jay Corona. You might want to do is try doing this. Close out your channel bar. First of all, are you on the web version or are you on the desktop app? The web version is limited, and unfortunately, the Traders Vault is not in there. Okay, let me show you, Street Bob. This is all you have to do. Just go to the Traders Vault. Okay, and let's say you wanted that revenue growth fishing. Okay, all you have to do is right click in it. First thing, what I would do if you want to save it, in other words, you want to migrate it over to your desktop. Okay, you want to expand it out and make sure you get all the columns in there. Okay, and then what you want to do is just go to properties and take it off small borders. That way you can see what kind of window it is. This is a T window. And then just right click and go save or share to cloud. And you're not going to be sharing it with anybody. Just click save. And now when you go to my cloud right here in the top of the channel bar, you're going to see it'll be the most recent one on top. So now all you got to do is just go over to your oh, you're on the web version. Yeah, but no, you say computer version. So you do have the downloadable app, right? You have the, just like I'm looking at. You're not on the web version, correct? Okay, so we have a desktop app, which is the downloadable version. Okay, that's what I'm using right now. The other one is the web version. So if you have the downloadable version, you have access to this Traders Vault. So yeah, you can go in here and save any of these windows to your cloud. Now, Corona, getting back to you. All right. Well, I'm on a dev version, but yours should be. Go to help and about, and I think yours should be, I can't remember if it's 5, is it 50 150? Somebody may know. But here's what you might want to try, okay? Because I don't think the version would stop you from getting the latest channels, but it may, okay? But what you might want to do is just go to close out your channel bar and go to New and launch a new channel bar and see if it's in there. Yeah, you're on the right one then. So close out your current channel bar and go and click a new channel bar and see if you don't see it in there. It'll look just like that with a little key in it. Okay, Damien says we're on 151 now. Okay, so what you want to do is go back to our website. Let me I'll throw the link out there. Hold on just a minute here. And I'll just pull it in. Yeah, I'm just gonna throw a link. I hope these links still work though, because we're moving over to a new system here. I'm thinking that's probably a beta, but let me just. So I'm dropping it in there now. That should take you to the most recent download. But even if you, I don't think you would that would keep you, just being one version behind would keep you from seeing the Trader's Vault. So just look for that little key in the channel bar. And if you still, if you still can't come up with it, I'm going to send you to one of our techs. But yeah, I haven't seen that, that problem, people not getting the most recent channel bar. So if launching a new channel bar doesn't work, just download 151 and see if that works.
PRTY, PRTY.
Oh, I got an audio alert and berries. I got window here that I added. All right, but anyway, guys, take a look at this. There's some good ones. If you like kind of swing trading, this bottom row here, some nice swing trading alerts. Okay. Yeah, but let's see. Yes, there were changes from Channel 4 to the Trader's Vault. Now, but here's the thing, Corona. I think this layout was already saved under Channel 4. Okay? So whatever the name is over here is not going to control the content in here. Okay? That has nothing to do with it. That's just a name we give the window. Okay? So you will be seeing the most updated version. Okay? So if you saved Channel 4, if you saved it to your own desktop, in other words, if you came in here and you did this and said save layout and saved it on your computer server, no, you're going to get all the old stuff. You need to go in and click on Trader's Vault. If you're going to here and clicking on Trader's Vault, this is all going to be new stuff.
PRTY, PRTY, PRTY.
Yeah, that would be what's causing it, Corona. Yeah. Once you save it on your server, it's not going to change automatically for you. You need to go to I'm glad we got that figured out though.
PRTY.
Let me load my layout again. PRTY kept coming through. All right, let's see. Hi, Andy. Hope you're good. I am. Thank you. Quick question. Is there a quick way to add a stock to favorites other than via the heart icon on the chart? I like to add interesting stocks to my stock watch. Yeah. Yes, there is. Now, here's what you can do. If you're like looking at a window and you see an alert that you want to add, so let's say you have a list called My Favorite List, and all of a sudden you see a stock coming through. It's real easy. Just right click on it. You go to, it's been a while since I've done this, you go to Properties. No, you go Send. Like say you send golf to, then you go to Symbol List, and then you can choose whatever symbol went, like My Favorites. Boom. So I just sent that golf real quickly to that watch list. That's the best way to do it. And you can also do a grouping of stocks. So if you have like, 5 of them you want to add, you can just click like this, highlight all 5 of them, send to, back to My Faves. Now I just sent all 5 of those. Well, actually be 4 because golf's in there twice. So that's the easiest way than using the heart. Heart works fine too, that will work, but you may have a different list, if you're like, if you're like me, you may have several different lists, so you want to have one. Looks like you understood that. You're welcome. Bottom 4 windows on Trader's Vault. Okay. It'd be 5, I believe, but let's take a look. Okay. Let's Go Fishing is very similar. Let me pull up a daily chart since most of these, are going to be kind of daily charting windows. Let's see if I can grab this and expand it. Zoom in a little bit. All right. So Let's Go Fishing is looking for stocks. It's kind of like revenue growth fishing, except it's looking for stocks that have been beaten up. If I zoom out on this one, oh, that's a new issue. No wonder. Anyway, it's been kind of beaten up in the 52-week. Let me go history here, get a better one. See if we got any more. Lazard. Okay, you can see this stock has been beaten up on the 52-week time frame, but it's showing signs of possibly reversing. Okay, and that's what this is for. That's the name. Let's Go Fishing. It's stocks that have been beaten up, but there's a possible trend change going on. So this one is a little bit, well, obviously all of these are coming up out of a possible trend change. So I don't want to say they're dangerous, but they're ones that if they don't work, you need to get out quick because they are in a downtrend on the daily. Okay, but if they do work, you can really, really get some nice bang for the buck, if you will, because you're getting in at a good price. So in other words, if this gets over if you take a position in this LAZ and it gets over this level right here, man, it could be off to the races to a quick gap fill right there, $2 higher. So that's what Let's Go Fishing is all about. And they have to have okay fundamentals. In other words, I have some fundamentals. They have to have positive earnings. I think maybe like $1 a share. They have to have a pretty decent, they can't have a really bad debt rate, cash to debt ratio, I should say. So that's what that's for. And I find some really good ones in that as well. Revenue growth fishing, I just talked about that. It's stocks that have good revenue growth. Look at that. Anything over 20 is pretty darn good revenue growth. And so these are, I shouldn't say they're earning money because they may not be making money, but at the same time, their revenue growth is just, in a lot of cases, exploding. So I went over that. These are ones that have been beaten up in the 3-month time frame, but over the last, take a look at the configuration here. It's pretty easy, simple. Okay, position in 3-month range. They have to be in the lower 30% of their 3-month range. Quarterly revenue growth has to be greater than 20. position in 10-day range, they have to be in the upper 30% of their 10-day range. So they're showing signs of possibly maybe turning around, So that one's a good one. We just talked about that and how much I like that. Trend Change Pro is basically the same thing as this Let's Go Fishing, but it's not doesn't have any fundamentals tied to it. And this bullish candlestick, this is, man, I'm telling you, this is a good one. Take a look at this. I created this, and it's candlestick patterns, and you can see doji, hammer, bottoming tail, and green bar reversal. And let's take a look at CSOD. Okay, this is a bottoming tail right here. So what our servers do each night, they will go out and they will find all these candlestick patterns for you. Okay, so all you have to do, if I go into a configuration, you're going to see, if I go to symbol list, look at that. The symbol list is a doji pattern. So when you're like, well, you're asking me, well, how did you find that? Well, if you go, everybody has access to this. If you go into add existing list, okay, and look for daily, click on it to expand it, you're going to see all these candlestick patterns.
ASNA.
So
ASNA.
So this will go out and look for these candlestick patterns. You can see the CSOD had a little bottoming tail yesterday, bounced up. There's one that was a doji yesterday and
ASNA.
gapped up and moving
ASNA.
higher. But anyway, these are
ASNA.
daily. Gosh, this thing, I gotta shut this thing down.
ASNA. ASNA.
ASNA is obviously taken off. Daily bull daily flag pattern. So this is one you're not going to see a whole lot in that, but when it does, it's something I created to form a daily flag pattern. So yeah, you can find some good ones in that too. Rounded bottom is obviously self-explanatory. This is one Michael Noss put in here. It's a top list that's looking for stocks with a potential rounding bottom. And then pull back above 50 SMA. That's the one I've been using for a long time that most of you guys are aware of. It's looking for stocks that are pulling back on the 5-day time frame, but have a good daily pattern. You see a lot in there today because the market's been pulling back. But yeah, these are all great little swing trading windows. All right, let me catch up on. Sorry about that. I got to catch up on the. Make sure we don't have any more about this. Andy was wondering, is there a way to scan stocks that are making the most count of new high and new low for the day? Maybe a top list. Well, it'd be tough to do a top list because a top list doesn't have alerts in it. So you really can't. You can't count any. You can't count any alerts because there's no alerts in a top list. But really, all you got to do is take something that is like Extreme Master Blaster that's in here, okay? And what you can do is just add a count column. So I can go to configure all. I think I can do this. Edit selected. No, I just got to go here. Never mind. Hold on. I think I do it here. Properties. Columns. Search for columns. I can go in here and just put in count. Show column. Now it's going to be probably a little gappy because it has to go back in the service. But if you're running this from the morning, you're going to see all these counts in here. Now, to answer your question, what you could do if you want to only see stocks that maybe have at least 50 new highs for the day, you could actually put a filter in. A count filter and put the minimum of whatever count you want to see. So that would probably be the best way to do it. You're not going to be able to do it in a top list because there's nothing to count because there's no alerts in a top list. But you can use a minimum so you're not seeing these things come through unless maybe they've hit 30 or whatever, 25, whatever you want to put in there. So that's something that you could definitely do. All right, let's see. A sector strength, yeah. to a compare count window. Let me go back to my what Jamie has done with his is taken his compare count. You would have to do individual, and that's what Jamie does. In other words, you can come in here when you configure. Okay, so let's say you want to configure the green data, and you can go to, let me see here. You're probably going to have to configure each one when it comes to sectors. Yeah, you probably have to do a symbol list and find sectors and build your sectors. You know what? If you want some good information, send an email to info, because Jamie's real good with the compare count windows. So send because he has what he's done. He's constructed about oh gosh, probably a dozen compare count windows, and each compare count window has a different sector in it, so you can see which ones are performing the best in the compare count. That would be the best way to do it. You're not going to be able to do it all in one window. But anyway, yeah, send that to see what happens when I see how I lost my data. Once you move out of your default window and come back in, everything starts back over. That's why I'm not seeing that stuff anymore. All right. Let's see, got about 5 more minutes. Sort item by count. Yeah, you don't want to sort. Here's the thing: you don't want to sort an A window. Okay, you want the newest stuff coming on top. Okay, when you try to sort an A window, it just messes everything up. You don't see the new alerts when they come in. Yeah, I'm not sure how you would do that, but I think probably the best way to do is just add a column, and if you want to use a minimum, you could use a minimum. So in other words, you don't want to get those stocks that are exploding for 2 minutes and then reversing. Is the server looking for those patterns in real time? Or yes, everything is in real time with our alerts. Our charts are a little bit laggy. I'll admit it. Charts are not our forte. It's something we just kind of added for those. For me, they work fine because I'm not looking to be real fast on the draw like I did for so many years. But yeah, I could understand if you're a micro day trader, these may be inefficient for you, but they work fine for majority. Vivus is getting active. All right. How do I combine several alert windows into one window? Multi-strat. Yeah, it's pretty easy. So let's say I wanted to. Let's see. You got to be doing A windows. So let's see. I got 2 windows here. Let's go fishing, and I'll take that. Thank you. All right. Let's say I wanted to combine these into one window. I'm running out of real estate, and so what I would do is go to New. Multi-strategy window. It's going to be blank like this, and it's real simple. All you got to remember is the word collaborate. All right, so let's do this let's go fishing first. I'm going to move that into this M window. So I'm going to right click, I'm going to go find the word collaborate, and then I want to copy this code. You're going to copy from A window, put it into the M window. So copy all, come to my M window, collaborate. Why does it say collaborate? Oh no, I got to go to strategies. I got to do strategies, new strategy, then collaborate, paste all. So there's let's go fishing. Now let's do I'll take that thank you. Right click, collaborate, copy all, go to the M window, and we're going to do new strategy again, collaborate, paste all. Now, when they come over, they're not going to be color coordinated because you may be bringing over 7 or 8 strategies, and it's not sure how you want to color, but it's really easy to do. Let's say this let's go fishing is a bullish strategy. We're going to color code it kind of green. So let's just go to colors, Foreground is defaulted to black. I always like that. And let's go with a little light green. Always looks good. There's your sample color, looks good. Boom. I'll take that, thank you. Go to colors. It's a bearish strategy, so we're going to keep the same foreground, and then we're going to go with like a little light, kind of pinkish looking, whatever that is. And there we have it. We just color coded it. So now we just, that quickly, we just move those A windows into a M window. Pretty straightforward. If you know, I go over this in TI University and number 3 if you need to see it again. But let's see, Amgen hit. Yeah, Amgen hit it and then bouncing back nicely. Okay, let's see. How do you, let's see, you do see the new alerts if you keep clearing the window. I'm not sure what much, is that Autolicus? Autolicus, what is that? You do see the alert windows, you do see the new alerts if you keep clearing the window. Yeah, Mike. There has been some good questions today. I feel like I'm almost doing a TI University. Oh, if you so you're telling me in a alert window you're actually going right here. You're going to let's see. I'm gonna have to find where it is. View mode in your group and sort by. Is that what you're doing? Yeah, that's people have had issues with that. I mean, because you're not gonna, it's gonna sort by group, and yeah, you can do that, but once again, you see the new alerts, but how can they come up? How can they come up top if they're being sorted by the count? So in other words, if all of the ones on top, let's say, did 200 new highs for the day, and one comes in and it's only done 20 for today. Oh, I clear the window constantly. Okay, I got you. I see what you're doing. Yeah, you could do that. Yeah, if you want to manually do that, yeah, you could do that. Yeah, to me it's easier just add a account column, maybe put it over here by the symbol so you can see it really easy, and just do the regular sorting. Great, I'm glad you're loving it. All right, let me close out of some of this stuff. Thank you, Kevin. So, man, when you get your default layout all jumbled like this, sometimes it's just best to go and just load it back up again instead of trying to put everything back like it was. The only thing is just resets all your alerts. I bet Barry likes this little. No, does he? No, I guess, does he still keep his room going, or does he actually take like a 1 hour break when we do these support webinars? I guess he has his other chat going over there. He should take a break. I've done what he's done before. Steve and I, when we had the day trader, and it's hard. Get in front of talking all day. There a way to have all alerts reset when changing pages? Uh, well, yeah, they're going to do that automatically. Anytime you move from one layout to another, it's going to change. I mean, all the alerts are going to reset. You just saw I just did it. I lost everything in my M window here. It only gives me the two most recent. Top list, obviously they reset every 30 seconds, so it's no factor there. But yeah, anytime. Oh, without resetting, yeah. The way to do it is just go in and out of history. So in other words, anytime you leave real time and then you come back, it's always going to reset. Oh, is there a way to have TI not reset? No, no, you can't do that if you leave and then come back. The only way to do it is, and I would talk to Barry about this because somehow he's the expert on it, is you pin the windows. If you pin the windows, obviously they're going to stay and never leave. Even if you leave your layout, they're going to stay there. If you do that, they will not reset. Okay, but just be real careful. You got to know how to go in and out of pages, because what happens, you start pinning a lot on top of each other if you're not going in and out correctly. And like I said, Barry is the guy to talk to on that, because he knows what he's doing. I just don't use them. I don't use pin windows. It doesn't really bother me. I know I can always go into history and see any of the alerts and come back. All right, let me inform Barry that. Okay, so I am going to be leaving, guys, and sending you back to Barry here in a minute. So you guys just hang on. He doesn't like to talk. It creates too many. Yeah, that's true. You know what? Just maybe send him an email. Send him an email, barry@trade-ideas.com, and just say, how do you go from one layout to the next and not messing up, your pinned windows. All right, guys. Well, I am going to stop streaming. You are going to be taken to Barry. My time is up. Thank you very much. It's been a great session, great questions, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Be sure to get in here. Bye-bye.
Okay, I guess I've taken over. So, okay, bye, Andy. Yeah. All right, guys. So I'm back in the YouTube stream. Thank you. Thanks to Andy for taking over from 12 to 1. So we were talking about STNE. For those of you who are following me in the YouTube stream, STNE. I have an alert set for around 34.30. It's right at the 200-day moving average, 34.06. It's right there, 34.04 right now. And it's an earnings play, so if it can crack that 34.30, it could have some room to run. I mean, look at that weekly chart. It definitely has room to run. But I do see the SPY putting in a red bar right now. It's trying to put in a red bar right now, and just underneath that, right at the 200-day moving average. Problem with GCO, the spread is just not good for GCO. It's got a wonderful looking weekly chart. I mean, look at the room it's got. It'll probably still be on my watch list tomorrow. Just needed more volume, like a lot more volume. I mean, its relative volume is okay, but imagine if we had a day it was trading 1 million shares. It's only have 14 in the float, 14 million in the float. This would be a lot, to me anyway, I think it would be a lot better. Do I trade any? Yes. Just I guess not today, but oh yeah. I mean, if they're looking, I mean, look at the GRNQ. I didn't trade it, but I mean, this was on the watch list this morning. Why was swing tab stocks updating constantly at midnight every few minutes? I have no idea. I think maybe there's a reset that happens midnight Eastern time. Maybe that's it. I have no idea. I wasn't up, Manny. Yeah, but our no, I can't answer that question, Manny. I have no idea. The markets, yeah, I mean they're closed for us. I mean we start our data at 7 in the morning Eastern time. We run to 7 or 7:30 at night. So I have no idea. What are you doing up at midnight? Keep an eye on STNE, guys. I mean, really, if this takes out that 30, I mean, it's got to go on a good little run. Nice. Yeah, very good. As you know, it's out of the range I like, but I can see exactly what happened. Well done, guys, for pizza. All right, guys, Stone is looking really interesting, and I've got to do my video. There's no such thing as a quick question. I love it. Quick question. We get it all the time. I don't know if there's a page. Just listen to me, okay? No brokerage plus. I think you only have 5 charts. No chart indicators. Those are and you can't. There's no external linking, so you cannot link to any brokerage platform. Okay. Big difference, of course, is brokerage plus. No brokerage plus in the web-based version. That's the biggest difference. Okay, I'm just teasing you, Manny. I'm just teasing you. Okay, don't take it personally. All right, guys. Well, geez, I've got to do my video too. Well, as long as it holds the 200-day moving average, I'm in the stone at 34.30. As long as it holds the 200-day moving average, if it doesn't, I'm out. All right, guys. I have to do my video now, so I will put that in the. Time is it now? 1:06. I should be back no later than 1:30. Okay, guys, put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm now back, barely hanging on to the STNE. It's been a little bit choppy, just seeing if I can get back into the high 34.20s. Give me a little more confidence to hold on. If not, I'm just going to get out of it. Yeah, I do record. I'm sorry, oops. This is my daily video. There's a link for it. Okay. Okay, La Jolla, La Jolla, on the way down here. Might be hard. It's shortable for me, but it just might be hard to get that short because it is down. Okay, I'm out of the STNE, guys. Okay, I'll take a look at it again if it moves above that area right there. I'm talking about the 34.30. I'll take a look at it one more time if it moves above that. There, it's just trying to get above that 200 day. Yeah, maybe the wrong room. I do. All right. Is that the infamous Vicky? Pavlin. Oh my gosh. Pavlin, where have you been, man? Okay. All right, guys. So I'm still watching the STNE. I'm definitely still interested in it. I think it can just captures this area up here again. I think it can have a nice run. So I haven't given up on it. Okay. Well, this La Jolla, man, oh man. This has no support. So here's an example of another one guy. Whoever asked about, was it H? Harry? Look underneath this. I'm not saying to short it, but I'm just saying, look at all the room underneath. I mean, it's a cheap stock, but on a percentage basis, 329 from 487 would be a huge percentage drop. Well, that was a good exit for me in the stone. Meanwhile, ASNA continues higher, just made another new high. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put the promo code in one more time. You guys want to take advantage of 25% off? It's interesting. Fran and ASNA, a couple of women's clothing stores. I don't know if Fran is just a women's clothing store, but they're on their way here. I wonder, is there something going on between them? Or is it just a coincidence that they're both running? Yeah, Ted, I'm not going to. I can't make any. I cannot advise you like that. You might get some suggestions from other people, but this one is RNWK. Another little pop here. RNWK, Real Networks. Well, I gotta hand it. Macy's is making a comeback here, and look what a level for it to try to break. 718, 712, 722. So there's the high that week, the high that week, the high that week. Right at these levels. I mean, hey, listen, I guess anything is possible for Macy's. I mean, if it cracks this level, this could have a little bit of a run. If I had $1,200, I'm kidding. Oh, it's nothing to do with me. I can't give you a recommendation like that. Wow. Yeah, look at Macy's. I mean, this 1, 2, 3 highs of the week, approximately right at this level, pops through that level. I mean, for some reason, people are buying Macy's right now. Well, I'm going to put an alert for Macy's right about here around 727. Whoops, that's wrong. What's the high right there? 7. Say 725. Let's see what happens. All right, guys. Now Stone is coming back. STNE is coming back. Let's see it, but it would have to take this. It would have to take out those highs, and I'd love to see it take out the highs with some volume. Boy, look at RNWK. Man, Real Network. This is old. Well, old school, early days of the internet. Real Networks. I wonder what is causing. Same thing with Fran. I mean, again, look at the high looking left on that weekly chart. It is 373. It's at 348 right now. I'm sticking an alert up there. It's probably not going to happen today. But I mean, if this has any sort of continuation in it and it takes that out, I mean, look at the room it's got on a percentage basis. Thought he was broad something or other. I might be wrong. Was that Cubans? They sort of billions. I thought it was broad something or other. Not Broadcom, but early days of multimedia streaming, I think. Broadcast.com. Thank you. Thank you, Real. I thought it was broad something. Oh man, I wish the volume would increase. Before I was talking with this GCO, I really wish the volume would increase. Get a big volume burst here, like this right there, at the end of the day. And just accelerate it through. I have my alert set. I do have my alert set for this GCO. Was nobody chatting in the YouTube stream, Joanne? That's why. There's nobody chatting, I guess. You're the last right there. I'm assuming. Let me make sure. Yep. Good stuff, Ted. So when you say you just signed up, are you talking about you signed up for Trade Ideas? Okay. Well, you're in the Trade Ideas trading room, so these are scans that I'm using. Okay. So I mean, obviously, if you just signed up, I'm sharing a lot of scans. You click on the scans tab, they're all here. They're also here in the room drive icon. Scans that I share, download. So you can take a look at all the scans that I am sharing. And after that, really, this is my watch list that I look at. And so at this point right now, these are ideas that are being generated. I don't take every trade, of course, but there's just ideas that are being generated. If you have some trading experience, knowing how to, read charts, it's obviously going to help. Oh man, I wish I'd seen this one. 1825 on the short NTLA, almost $1 now. A little bit of a pop down too. This still has some room underneath. Intellia Therapeutics had a great day yesterday, but it gave it all back. I mean, it looked like it was going to keep romping higher, and then it just sold off. And this continues the sell-off. No, he obviously wasn't part of the test drive. We do it 4 times a year, Ted. We just wrapped it up on Friday. People access to our full premium service for $8.99, but it just wrapped up on Friday. For 2 weeks, they get it, 10 trading days. Next one should be sometime in August. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Spirit Airlines or Spirit Aerosystems. This is another one. Look at, I mean, some of these are going to look awesome if the market, well, the market has recovered a lot, but some of these ones that are still downtrodden. Guys, lumber liquidator is not quite over. Look at this. Who asked me about Triumph earlier? TGI. This is now, again, I mean, look at this. Like a lot of these car or automotives, 893, lots of room if it takes out that 9. Well, guys, I'm in Macy's. Why not? Why the heck not? And now GCO is at this. Did you get some volume? Just not on volume though. Would have loved to have seen a big volume bar. Just no volume for it. Wow, MRSN has come all the way back, guys. I think this was, whoops, why is it not showing MRSN? Okay, this is what I'm just too late. So Dave, this is what I was talking about. Look at the base, 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 base. A little bit late, but then the volume comes in and it pops it. Okay. This is what can happen later on in the day with the ones that have been high flying, and then they just kind of rest, and then traders get involved again. Yeah, the only thing you're going to see from my layout is these three windows and a couple of charts. Okay, nothing else. It is meant to just show. It is meant just to show this. Now you won't see all of the original alerts. You only, I don't know when you loaded my channel, but you'll only see the last ones. Okay, Joanne, you're in the. You've asked this question before, I know. So you want to go into the trading room, the other trading room, where it's a lot more active. Okay, there it is. Well, I don't know about that, but we'll see. I mean, I'm not marrying this. I'm not marrying Macy's. You know, I mean, the only reason is, I mean, I just looked at that weekly chart and it just is above that area there. So obviously it's got some room. You're in the right room, Raj. Okay. There are, I know it's confusing. I have a YouTube stream going and then I call this the trading room. So there's a YouTube stream, which is not this. And the YouTube stream is fine if you just really want to listen to me and see my charts. There's not as much interaction among traders. So you're in the right room if you want to interact with more traders. Okay, so so watch what I do. Okay, so I just want to make sure you're watching KD before I demonstrate. Okay, so if I click on a scan, let's click on, doesn't really matter which one, a gap continuation or reverse. So I'm going to click on the link. Click on the link. As I say, I'll click on the link. There we go. So it loads into a new tab. And now I'll copy it. Okay, I've copied the link. And then from our toolbar, File, Load from Cloud. Now, virtually all the time you're going to see this filled in if you've copied the link correctly. You see how it's exactly the same string? Now, for some reason it's blank, then you have to paste it in. Control V it in, and then load. That's it. If I went too quickly, just let me know. I can do it again. Yeah, you're talking about these other scans here? Yeah, you just save them to the cloud and they can bring them back. You know, bring back the ones you want. Like if you want the basic new highs and lows, you just bring them back one by one. You know, once they're in the cloud, then you just file load from cloud. Okay, and you find it, click on it, load, and then it'll be on your screen. Well, I think the casino stocks are just like the airlines, the cruisers. I mean, they go up and down, up and down, up and down. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I will say this, that MGM looks just a little bit different from, say, some of the airlines. Yeah, these look more like they want to break out than the airlines right now. Though I looked at, but I mean, it's all to do with the recovery. Okay, Bill, are you watching? Okay, so you have to have your price alerts window open. Okay, so if you click on new and price alerts window, we don't have to have it open, but well, you have to open it, yes. So from the toolbar, new price alerts. Guys, I took some out at 31, okay? The Macy's, I did, or was it 32? Yeah, 32 actually. I took some of the Macy's out at 732. Okay, so when your price alerts window is open, it'll look like this, but if you've never done anything, then it won't have anything in it, of course. Okay, so let me know once you have your price alerts window open. Okay, now, I'm assuming you've never created a price alert. Is that correct? Yes, no, yes, no. Have you ever created a price alert? Oh, okay. If you have price alerts, then all you have to do is minimize the window. Just minimize the window. So for instance, now if I put a price alert for, let's put a price alert for MGM right, what is it, 17.99? Let's put it right above it. And now I'll minimize the window. So if I minimize the window, all you have to do is minimize the window. Yeah. I'll do another one. It's not, I thought it might hit it. Ah, shoot. Okay. Had I not done that, what would have happened is that price alert window would have popped up. Okay. I can put a sound alert on it. Play sound just the same way you do as in the alert windows. And if I sort on the triggered column, I'll see it right at the top. And notice it turned yellow and then faded. So really all you have to do is minimize the window. And then you can set your sound alert, play sound. You've set a sound alert before on an alert window? Oh, okay, you haven't. Okay, so if you right click on the window and then go to Actions, check Play Sound, set up the sound. Most of us use a custom sound, so just click on the Use Custom Sound and then select Sound. And then we have these 3 folders here. Within each folder, there are some sound alerts. Just highlight one, open it, and then play it. And if you like it, just say okay a couple of times, and then that sound gets attached to the window. Okay, and that's what we do for the other. You can do it for other alert windows too. In fact, I'm going to get rid of a lot of these. So that's the whole idea of these sound alerts, is you put a different sound alert for the different windows. So when you hear a sound alert, you'll know exactly which window to look at. Now, that's a bit different because I minimize it. You will not miss it. But if you're away from your computer, for instance, and if you have a headset on like I do, then of course you'll hear the sound too. Yeah, isn't it at, is it 4:30 or so? It is possible, but you're limited. I think you only can have 4 sound alerts. Yeah, let me just open the web-based version. Yeah, you can. It's just limited. You don't have yes. I mean, it's just more limited. That's all. You only have these and an asterisk, beep, exclamation. Okay, but you can set a sound alert. Yes, and that is from the, where is it from? Right click, Actions, play sound, set up sound. So, okay, you just have the only have 4. I think you can now. I think you can. Yes. Um, why didn't you ask me that question when I had it open? Kidding. Oh, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. I think you can. Create price alert. Yep. So you can create a price alert on the right on the chart. Create price alert. Okay. Hey guys, Macy's turning out to a pretty nice little trade. Maybe I'm going to hold this one. I can't believe it if I do. I'm not sure we have a price alerts window in the. No, we have a price alert window. Yeah, we have a price alerts window. Ah. Okay, you're right. I'm just looking now. You're right. Yeah, you don't get the sound. I'm just looking here. Well, that's a limitation. I didn't even realize it. Yeah. Well, MRSA. Well, okay, Harry, it's like any other. If you're going to pay for a one-on-one session, I mean, obviously you should have some questions. Okay, you should have some questions ready. Yes. If you're going to pay for a one-on-one session. I mean, it just makes sense to me. I mean, if you're going to pay for something, as opposed to just saying, yeah, teach me everything you know, right? I mean, I'm not trying to be flip, but I mean, you should know, have an idea ahead of time. Oh, absolutely. Well, pre-built. I mean, it's that's simple, simple, simple. Eli, you can have, right here, one of my scans is called Strong Stops, Strong Stocks. Strong stocks up, weak stocks down. These are all stocks. These are strong stocks and weak stocks. Okay, but that's very simple to create. In fact, though, there's even in the channel bar. Let me just see if there is a channel that's. My guess is that one of these shows biggest gainers of the day and biggest losers of the day. I never said it was canceled. I did not say it was canceled, the ones you pay for. I've never said that. Maybe somebody else said that, but certainly not me. No, well, okay. If I said it, I was wrong. No, 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 no. What I said was we used to have the free one-on-one. That was over, yes, because people were, yeah. I mean, we couldn't keep up. Guys, I have to admit I'm reasonably ecstatic about Macy's. I'll make a decision if I'm going to hold this one. No, I know. MRSN is killing it too. Lots of room still. Yeah, Joanne. I mean, you're in the YouTube feed. Okay, that's what you're seeing here. There is another room. I gave you the link if you want to be in the other room. Macy's was in trouble way before this, though. Joanne, I know I've seen you before. Okay, this is the trading room link. Okay, I am not Andy. I am Barry. Okay, this is the link to get into the other room that you keep saying. Where are all the chats? Oh yeah, I mean they've been closing stores for a long time though. I mean we cannot blame the virus on Macy's or J.C. Penney or a lot of them. Yeah, Joanne, I can't answer your question. You're in the YouTube feed, so all I can say is that the link I just put there is for the this. If you can see my screen, this is the other trading room, shall we? I mean, they're both trading rooms, but you know, this is where there's more activity. I mean, they do have a pretty good online presence, Macy's. You know, that's the only thing that really has saved them, I think. No, she was. She was the dreamer. She actually was, but she's confused about how come she's not seeing all these posts that I'm responding to. And I've just given her the other link. Okay, guys. Now STNE is right back up. Now I'll stick an alert here. It'll be very high, 34.44. KMDA guys, Kamada is on the move here. Also, this is now above yesterday's high. My goodness, what a move. 1461, it's kind of sleepy right there. And then in the last half hour or so, almost $3 for MRSN. Whoa, look at the SPY too. Look at the SPY. Look at the move on the SPY right there too. Boom. And some volume coming in. Was it beige book today? How far above two? Look at the volume that came into Potbelly. PB. How about PB squared? Wow. Yes, the sector watch list is in the links tab. Yes, Isaac. This right here. Yes, it is. It's one of the scans I'm sharing. It's called the Spider Sector List. I don't know. Is this a virus play? I have no idea if this is a virus play. MRSN. No, no, it isn't. It's positive phase one data. It's only phase one data. But it is just screaming higher here. You look, here's the news right there. Oh, that's crazy. There we go. Positive interim data from expansion. It is a cancer drug. But it's funny. I mean, it wasn't doing anything close to this. I mean, it had the pop in the pre-market. Rest, and then boom. Wait, some of these retailers, so some of these smaller retailers, look at the Gap. No, yeah, this is the Gap. Sorry, this is the Gap. We've had Fran, Gap, ASNA, just absolutely lifting here off that SPY pop. Another one. I mean, look at the room it's got if it wants to recover. I think the Gap is kind of in trouble too, though. But retail is right at the top, guys. There's XRT, retail sector. Look at this. So you can see that the Gap and some of these, I mean, that's mirror image almost. XRT is one of, if not the biggest ETF for the retail industry. And you can see the Gap basically followed that. So we've been told about the Beige Book. If you don't know what it is, guys, Google it. What a recovery for the tech sector, though. Wasn't this down at over 100? Wasn't the Nas down over 100? Now it's only down 5. Maybe it wasn't 100, but it was definitely. I mean, it's only down 6 now. So of course Macy's is retail, so my 11th commandment, I cannot chase this. Thou shalt not chase, but wow. Be interesting to see what this does tomorrow. Is this shortable? It is shortable, so it's going to be interesting to see what this says. This is only phase 1, guys. So it's not like this is late stage phase 3. Was it down 174? Wow, what a recovery. I thought it was down over well over 100. I just couldn't remember. Very weird day. It was a very weird day, and we had the huge divergence between the Dow, SPY, and NASD. That's why it was weird to me. Not so much that it was down so much, but the fact that the Dow has always been pretty solid all day. SPY was hovering around this area. Well, actually, it is taking a nice little pop, of course. Now, heck, let's have some fun. Let's take 500 shares of Ruth right at the market. Boom. Okay, here's paper trading right there. And we'll put a stop at 905. And there we go. So there's my stop. If I let it run its course, I'd be down $107 if I let it take the stop out. right on the chart. And at this point, I can also just move the stop up if I want, wherever I want. I'll just keep it there. Why not? I can also put a target in if I want. Let's put a target of, say, 950 just for the heck of it. Put it in both places. Sell. Okay. And you can see it right up there. It's hard to see maybe, but if I let it run it again, run its course, if I let it take me the trade out at 950, I'd be up $117. Of course, I can move that line on the chart also up and down. You can't. You can't, Jeff. It's something only I can do. It was to make things a little easier for people to read. Gosh, Macy's is right back up. And Save, guys, Save. Look at Save. A pop for Save also. Spirit Airlines. A nice pop right there for Save out of a little bit of consolidation. A little bit of volume came in. Well, here's what I would do. Info at trade-ideas.com. Okay? And say, if you don't give me color, I'm quitting. I'm going to quit my subscription. Kidding, I hope. But no, seriously, just, for a big feature request, color in the charts for the symbols. Yeah, right. Yeah, congratulations. Well, this turned into actually a pretty interesting day. On this pop right there for the SPY, I mean, that is really getting a lot of things running. Yeah, I'll be right back, guys. right. Well, Stan, do you have? Yeah, no, Yeah, I'm out. Don't worry. I was kind of kidding about holding it. What is the retail? What is XRT doing? Yeah, see, it is taking a little bit of a dive too. Stan, do you have trade ideas? Okay. Are you using the desktop version as opposed to the web-based version? All right. Well, you've got Brokerage Plus. Just click on New, Brokerage Plus. It's part of the standard service, and this is the window. Now all you have to do is you just click on an alert, and the symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You're going to short it, you sell. You want to go long, you buy. You pick the price you want to get in at. So you've got it. So when you say you don't have Brokerage Plus, you have Brokerage Plus. I agree. All right, guys. Yeah, you don't have to buy Brokerage Plus add-on, Stan. There's no, unless you want to auto trade the AI, you don't have to buy Brokerage Plus. And if you don't want to auto trade anything, you don't have to have our premium service. You talk about interactive brokers, George. I've had no issue with interactive brokers on fills and stuff. But you don't have to auto trade the AI. Obviously, you don't have to auto trade the AI. I mean, there was one okay one, and doggone it, I really wanted that one too. Rick, saw that Rick earlier, RSEK. I mean, the AI had a brutal start. All these got stopped out very quickly. But Rick was there for the taking. Yeah, I've had no experience with TOS, so I don't know, George. Boy, look at TMX. Boy, watch this one. TMDX. Little break out of consolidation. Over the whole number, 14. Lots of room, guys. Look at this TMDX. This could be interesting. TMDX. Meanwhile, ASNA keeps moving higher here. ASNA. I don't know, something put a charge into it. And again, adopts tax benefits preservation program. Boy, I'm really interested in this TMDX. And it's coming back. I mean, it got blasted earlier, but it has come all the way back. It's down around 1333. It has come back, holding over that whole number nicely. More importantly, a lot of consolidation, little pop, holding over the whole number, lots of room. That's the TMDX. Of course, then it just drops. All right, guys, I want to show you one link. This is the training link, and the reason I bring this one up is that webinars are back. So if you click on that training link, this is sort of the big page, has everything, including the Learn 20. But also the webinars are all here, okay? You can register for all the webinars right here. And this is the webinar that I attend. This is the Q&A with Dan and Brad, Partners in Trade Ideas. I just help out text-wise. All these webinars are at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. So if you want to sign up for all the webinars, they're right here. And that is in the big training link. Lots of education right here, including the Learn Trade Ideas with 20 lessons in 20 days. Okay, let's see. Now looks like I kind of missed the boat on the GCO. And now the spread is not bad. This will be on the watch list for tomorrow for sure. I mean, it still has a ton of room. It just wasn't super done. Well, I mean, it was up 12, don't get me wrong, it was up 12%, but most of that was all here. Yeah, 133 Pacific, so it's 433. Yeah. Well, let's cross our fingers. Yeah, for the only one that doesn't, and I have zero idea. I know people have all sorts of problems. Where is that? With the Trade of the Week one, it says subscribe, but the rest of them, yeah, you'll get an automatic email for these three, Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. This one is kind of weird. I don't understand why. But yeah, you register once and then you'll get the email every week automatically. Well, of course, they didn't have webinars the last 2 weeks because of the test drive. But I mean, typically, they are Monday, I'll say Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday are fairly easy. It's just that Tuesday one, the Trade of the Week one, that I don't I don't understand why it says subscribe. I really don't know. Usually they send out an email though if it's not going to be, they'll send out an apology email. It's a blast to everybody, an apology email if the webinar is not going to be taking place. I think that happened probably all last week. Doggone it! Look at GCO. Well, anyway, there it is, guys. GCO. So there was the alert at 2150. I guess if I just a little more patience with it, but so let's take a look at some of the alerts. So Mark, I don't think really did anything other than go down 350. Yeah, modest pop. Lumber liquidators, well, from 9 up to 968, that was good. Now the GCO is starting to work well, 2150 over 22. And of course, what do you say about the MRSN? 1590 all the way up to 1845. So this is my watch list. On the short side, I know this one was NTLA 1825. La Jolla, yeah, this is really not just hanging around. I think most of them are hanging around the area other than NTLA. So again, this is my watch list. All you have to do is from the toolbar, new channel bar, my windows. And tomorrow, if you load right when the market starts, you'll get these. Nothing will happen in here until at least 9:45. You can see actually, first one was at 10:13 here. La Jolla was at 9:52. No, you won't see any of these in the scan folder, okay? You can only access them from the channel bar. This is not part of the scans that one of the reasons is that the symbol list name changes every week. So if I put it in the scans, it'll get so confusing for people. Okay, only this. You'll only get these 3 windows, okay? And it's called My Windows. New channel bar. And it's called Barry's Windows. I guess they thought my face was too frightening, so they used to have my mug right there. It's not there anymore. So the training link is here. Right underneath Eric. I just popped it right here. Or it's in the links. Okay, links. So you can have all the links, or if you want to save all the links, that room drive icon looks like a half open folder. You want to save all the links, just click on download links, and it'll go to a Word document. Yeah, that's right. I mean, NCAA athletes are finally able to do that now, so why not me? Okay, George. All right, guys, it's 2:31, so typically I shut the room down at 3. Always stay a little later, though today is my long day, so probably like to shut the room as close to 3 as possible, okay? Long day in that I do attend the 5 o'clock webinar. Let's see CRK. Let's see if CRK is one that I would want to add to. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, guys, this is still teasing me here. This TMDX, TMDX. You see how that worked, by the way? Somebody asked about how does it pop up. So you saw how that worked. Just minimize the window. You don't have to stare at this window all day long anyway. And just minimize it. Let me, yeah, the CRK, if it doesn't show up on a scan that I'll be doing after hours, let's see, would it show up? I'm gonna have to see. Okay, volume is good, relative volume is okay. Yeah, this could show up in a scan anyway, but thanks for pointing it out. You can just sort of see that if it could take out 530, 531 is right there. It's a big float. Going to take a bit to move it. The 200-day is 661, so that's far enough away. Could be interesting, yeah. Yeah, I agree, George. All right, Autolycus. Wow, this TMDX is so interesting. Now the spread's only a penny. Why not? Okay, guys, I decided. 1411. I don't usually take these late trades, but we'll see what happens. 1411 for the TMDX. Or average of, actually about 1412, so. Probably more like a scalp trade for me, guys. I'm not going to hang around too long. You know, remember there was a reason why this really got clobbered early this morning. So for all those reasons are still there. Well, no, George. I mean, the spread is a spread. I mean, as long as they're getting. Well, now there is the spread. The spread changes. Right now, I have a 2-cent spread. Spread changes though. I mean, right now it's a 2-cent spread. 14.13, 14.15. Okay. When I got it, it was 14.10, 14.11. But every broker should have the same. I mean, they're getting, you know, the same data. Ha! Yeah, that's a little too rich for my blood. That was Amgen, right? Okay, yeah, because they were talking about a pullback to the 10-day moving average on the daily chart. Oh, 50-day. Okay. Well, even if you'd use the 200-day, there's a 200-day. So It basically touched the 200 day. I think the most expensive stock I've ever traded was what's the symbol for Palo Alto? Okay, Eli, so what you do is left click on the chart so system knows that's the chart you want to do this on. Okay, so left click it and then keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard. Keep it pressed down, and then with your scroll wheel on your mouse, just scroll in and out. So control key pressed down on your keyboard, keep it pressed down, and then control key in and out, or control key, scroll wheel in and out, pan W, thank you. I knew. Yeah, those of you who were in the room a few years ago, this is one I actually swung when it was around $115, and I think I swung it to 150, and I sold just before earnings. People were saying, "You're crazy, earnings are going to be great." It dropped 20 bucks. Yeah, the spread don't like the spread. See, this is what happens sometimes. So that spread is no bueno. Got to have that ask catch up to the or the bid catch up to the ask. And not the other way. I mean, yeah, the spread changes all the time. You know, it's 7 cents right now. Well, look at Tesla. Is Tesla going to hit 1,000 again? Almost 1,000 anyway. Yeah, when I got it, it was a penny. Now it's 2 cents. Again, 2 cents. Got to get it into the 20s. I'll probably just turf it if it gets into the 20s. I'm not going to hang around too much longer. Somebody's been talking about Tasco tractor supply. Yeah, nice. Great break on the daily. All-time high. Oh, I mean, yeah, Tesla is definitely a wild one. Boy, Fran, and look at this. Wow, what a day. Look at the volume. I mean, it doesn't trade that much. It's a million shares, but it's only a 3 million in the float. It'd be interesting to see if this can keep going tomorrow. What was that high right there? 373. So, you know what? I mean, we're above that high in the weekly chart. So the next area of resistance, I mean, man, 760 or so. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but you know, that little resistance area has been taken out. So this will probably be on my watch list for tomorrow. See if we have a second day continuation. Well, anything with a low float is risky. I'm not talking about, again, holding it or anything like that. I'm just talking about for tomorrow. If it has, I'm not saying to hold it now and hope that it keeps going tomorrow. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it'll make my watch list and then be watching it tomorrow to see if it has a second day continuation. That's all. Definitely not talking about holding it now thinking that it will have a second day continuation. No, no. All right, that got me out of the TMDX. Okay, guys, I'm probably going to just wrap it up now. Okay, good, good. Well, there's that TMDX. Yeah, too bad. I thought maybe it would once it hit was holding 14 well, but anyway, the whole thing is, you know, get out with a very manageable little loss, and later on in the day, I mean, it's not now, but I mean, it had this got back up there, I may have got back in. Well, I'm going to hang around for another 15 anyway. Okay. One of the big keys to trading is to keep your losses, well, obey your stops, keep your losses very manageable. Well, STNE didn't do it. Now, this could make my watch list tomorrow. No, I don't know. It looks like that 200 day is just too much of a struggle to get through right now anyway for STNE. 3406. I mean, I know it got up above it a little bit, but not that much. That means if you allowed it to take it out, you'd lose $21. No. I don't know what mine is. Oh. No? Yes? Yeah, that's what that means. I mean, minus, yeah, I mean, for instance, right there in Ruth, if I allow it to take me out, minus 107. That's the whole idea of having the stop on, so you know how much you're going to lose. Yeah, it's been kind of little sideways action. Yeah, I mean, not kind of. That's been real sideways action for the longest time. Nas, the Nas is almost positive. What a comeback for the Nas, though. Let's take a look at SMH. Yeah, look at the comeback. The ETF. Look at that comeback. Oh man, this one, Rheology. This is another one. I mean, over the whole number now. But it's, the only problem I have with some of these is that when you see this sort of action, nothing's stopping it from doing the same thing again, I'd like to see something just a little more steady. These big drops and then a recovery. But look left on that weekly chart for Rheology and the monthly. Big volume for it, 2.5 million share. Well, actually, I guess it's not that big. It's only a little over average. Pix, what are you doing? This is, of course, a little cannabis play. Haven't seen it for a while. Low float, 8 million in the float. The beta version, you just have to, if you click on the links, click on links and TI download. Click on that link and scroll down, down, right there. And that is 4.2.15, I'm sorry, 4.2.151. Somebody asked what the differences are. There they are. I don't know if we have the most polite room on the internet, but it's amazing how many people say sorry for this, sorry for that. I do appreciate it. We have a very civil community in here. and then there's Grumpy. That was a genuine laugh out loud, Grumpy. Don't do this to me. So TMDX, right back up. I'm not going to do anything. I'm getting out of here in about 5 minutes, so I'm not going to do anything more. Ugh, look at that spread now. Look at that spread. 1397, 1409. That's right. Now, I know you guys think I'm a Boy Scout. That's okay. I'll keep the illusion going. Boy, Dave and Buster's play has been playing all day. Look at this. So it took out yesterday's high quite a while ago. This has some room. Look at another one. How many, guys, how many charts look like this? The big collapse, kind of a cluster. And if they ever break out of this cluster, look at the room some of these stocks have. Now, a lot of them have already, they're already up in this area, but obviously a Dave and Buster's relying on people showing up, which is obviously the reason why this one has been, slammed like a lot of the other companies, not necessarily entertainment companies like this, but airlines, cruise ships, etc. But if they ever start coming back, man. You don't see it in trade ideas, Scuba. This is part of Interactive Brokers. All brokers will have this. You'll have your bid ask, your spread, and all. Okay, this is from Interactive Brokers. I would put it here. I'd love to have it right there. Problem is everybody says, "Oh, where do I find it in TI?" So I cannot put it. I use it more for time and sales, to be honest. Sure, I get the spread here, but I use it. I'm more into the time and sales. That's what it's actually called, an IB. How rapidly is a stock trading? It's fine to see a spread, but if you can see this one is really rapidly trading, so there's great liquidity right now anyway. You don't want to get into something and you look at it and, yeah, good spread and nothing's happening. All right, guys, if there are no more questions, I will stick around for a few more minutes if there are some questions. If there are no more questions, I'll just sign off. So I'll just wait to see if there are any. I'll just pop the promo link one more time into the room. Okay, that was a minor laugh out loud because you've done that before. You're more than welcome, everybody. Where is Raj? The promo, I'm going to suggest it's probably going to run to the end of the month. I don't know what the email said, to be honest. So what are we now, the 27th? It is the 31st. Yeah, my guess is that it'll be over Sunday night, 11:59 p.m. Sunday night, Eastern time. That's my guess. All right, everybody. I don't see any more questions, so I think I'll wrap it up. So thanks for all the help, all the support. We will do all this again tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So hope to see everybody there. Bye-bye.